and welcome back to another special episode of Call of the Netherdeep, episode 18. And this one might be getting into the looming of the Betrayer's Rise, but before that, we'll let the players get themselves introduced.
Hello everyone, my name is Hunter, and I am playing Morgen Megen.
I'm Aaron, and I'm playing Aljin.
I'm Ray, and I'm playing stupid and heroic Ludo.
Yeah, this is Matt. I'm the person speaking now, and I'll be playing Saeryn Conundrum.
Excellent. And I am the Dungeon Master, Jasilionis. And to recap last episode, episode 17, officially called Stupid and Heroic, but I think the unofficial title for this one was Resting Betrayal Face, as the session begins with the party still making their way from the crematorium, heading back towards the barracks to meet up with the task hand Varen Thalis, with the newly met Professor Prolix Yusuf, who was tagging behind, and had mentioned his rival, the blonde-haired rude elf wearing red robes. Morgen is heading that way, beginning with a renewed sense of purpose and direction, feeling confident in her autopsy and investigation of the corpses of the guards and the demonic Vrock. Saeryn and Ludo were both having ill feelings towards the rival party, rushing into the Betrayer's Rise like they did. Saeryn upset that the actions of his party that they had taken that were the catalyst for the guards being pulled away to begin with. And Ludo more of just disappointed in the rival party for such a dishonorable move. Aljin's feeling it out of his element, and his mind dwells back to the conversation with Kieran and how he had mentioned his grandmother, Uvenda, who had recently started becoming ill. And now he tries to reconsider finding some method to contact people back home, or at the least gather information somehow. Also feels that nervous little tick in his hand on his finger, right where that little red dot appeared in his attempt on cleansing the corruption from Kieran. Morgen gave Saeryn an extra 100 GP for any spell components and wizardry materials. Back outside the barracks, there's been a conversation between the tiefling questing, who was from the Cobalt Soul, and talking about her time in the Betrayal Rise, talking about the mists and how they had called out from below the bridge, telling her to jump. They all enter next, and Morgen gives her expert autopsy report. It was beautiful and amazing, and Morgen reported finding the two guards had their throats been cut. Exsanguination was the word, and it made it appear like they had been killed in the rock attacks, was the report to Varen. Saeryn wandered around the alley and noticed Eloisha eavesdropping into the meeting, and she claims she's looking for information and wanting to find a way into the Betrayer's Rise herself. A little bit of back alley subter of the fuging happens, with Eloisha making coy and suspicious remarks about recent events and hinting at larger mysteries without giving away too much. And then Ludo walks over and receives her vicious mockery, although without the 1d4 psychic damage. But eventually the rude red-robed elf makes an offer of 1,000 GP per party member if she is allowed to join the expedition into the Rise. Back inside the barracks, Varen informs the party that they may only take one person, in fact, into the Rise, wanting to prevent potential future bloodshed. And now the party must make some decisions and figure out their priorities. Do they bring somebody they trust, or somebody that they think that can hold their own inside the demonic fortress? Despite the debates, everyone was certain that they were not taking the long-winded, loudmouth Professor Prolix Yusuf. Eventually, the party came up with a plan, decided to ask Eloisha for a front of the gold, and they would bring her into a preliminary investigation of the bridge that leads into the Betrayer's Rise proper, and that the gates that the rival party had miraculously opened with the Jewel of Three Prayers. They got a promise of 200 gold pieces on an advance payment, and they delved into the gates, being told that the passcode to come back through would be stupid and heroic. A nice fun callback. They made their way inside the area and beheld swirling mist and a massive black stone bridge spanning the chasm over of unknown depths. They are not sure how far below it went. Warned of potential demon attacks and the callings from the mist, the players are able to fight off a pair of gloomstalkers that appeared and attacked, with Saeryn having a particularly close call with death after the demon raked into his body after knocking him unconscious. The satyr was not worried about his good luck running dry just yet, though, and passed the death saving throw, allowing time for Morgen to come perform her grave cleric mage duties, and after the gloomstalker had been dispatched. They take a moment to investigate the gates proper, noticing the stone and runework depicting Sehanine, the Moonweaver, as well as Vandra, the Changebringer, and the primal druidic magics woven by Corellon, the Archheart, whose 3 divine powers combined had gone into keeping these gates locked. And they also noticed were the same divine energies that had swirled around the mysterious jewel and artifact. And although Morgen and Saeryn began to think of some potential ritual magics that could be performed in an attempt to circumvent the divine lock woven around these gates. With this, the party heads back out into the city of Bazzoxan, ready to make their final preparations and potentially rest before planning to delve into the Betrayer's Rise in the morning. And that was where we will leave off and let anyone declare any final moments, roleplay, or actions they want to engage in as we begin to wind down the evening. I will throw it to y'all.
So currently, are we heading back to toward the ready room?
Yeah, let's say at this point you guys
kind of...
got brought back out of the gates.
Okay.
And so now you're able to determine where you want to head into next.
I think Morgan would she would try and break away from the group for a little bit and head over to see Mama Zoya real quick.
Next.
Are you telling people that, or are you just heading over that way?
I feel like she would she probably would mention it at least to Aljin, I think.
Oh, okay.
Aljin, I think I need to go see Mama Zoya really fast.
Oh, okay. Do you want any company, or you good just off on your own? I mean, we've all been pretty beaten up. A rock try to take you away again.
I'm doing just fine, dear, but I'll be back in about an hour. If you want to come, you can, but it's going to be rather boring for you, I think.
You just gonna make creepy tea again?
Yes, I would like to make creepy tea with her.
That's okay. All right. I'll just probably head back with the party maybe. Yeah, be about an hour or so.
Yes, just an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I will be back.
What is the current time? I need to ask that. Are we night, or are we like mid?
So I imagine, it's probably, because I'm trying to think, it was the full ass day. It started off with the heist at like noon. Then everything wrapped up. You guys had probably gotten her out of jail around 3-4 o'clock after the attacks. Then went and back and made a bunch of plans, preparations, then headed out to the bridge. So it's probably almost getting sundown probably. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
Getting
This
about
one now.
sundown. Yeah, that's why I'm like, wait, it's a long day. Got to recap everything that's happened.
It's like three session day on this one. Something like that.
And it is so going back into the dates just to help try and keep track of it all, because it is complicated, but there is a calendar, and if you show it to players, my mouse keeps like doing a double click, and it's can you guys see it?
Yep, it's
Okay,
up.
cool. Awesome. So we were in Besuran. This is getting right after the Harvest Close Festival. So this was, because that would have been in Jigao. So we're in Quenpilar now. of the month, so that'd be month 9. And I'll be able to get an exact date to you guys because it would have been about 2 weeks of travel after the Harvest Close Festival. And then you're in about 3 days after that. So it's, I think, pretty much like the either 15th or 16th of Quen Pilar. And so think of that of like getting into, you know, if Harvest is like getting into like the fall, end of summer.
Mhm.
So sundown will be pretty much right around 6-7 o'clock. You know, it's getting darker earlier and earlier,
Yeah.
with like a nice chill in the wind at the night.
As Morgan starts to sort of walk away and Al sort of heads back like toward the team, he's gonna look over his shoulder and see her going, and just then run over and catch up and be like, you know what I was thinking? I think I might join you. I might just sit outside. She has that nice little creek out there. I might just hang out there for a while. It's nice being in the water. Nice being somewhere around, you know, not completely dry. So maybe I will just take a walk with you, and then I'll stay outside while you're making tea.
All right. It would be a pleasure to walk alongside you. And yes, I will let you know when our tea is finished.
Okay.
Awesome. So Aljin will follow along.
Yeah. Yep.
Aljin walks with Morgan. Yeah, and I'll let you guys, if there is any conversations and stuff you want to have all along the way, we can get into that. But first, I want to see just what Saeryn and Ludo will go off and do while you guys go do that.
I'm not sure about Ludo, but Saeryn got pretty beat up and burned a lot of resources during that last fight. So he's not looking to really get himself into any trouble at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ludo spent a lot of resources. He's okay health-wise, but I think he's cool with having an easy, laid-back night, heading back to the ready room, maybe hanging out in the tavern and having a drink.
Yeah, watching who's getting a drink, see what people are up to.
Mm-hmm.
Little people watching in the tavern.
Awesome. So you two go to retreat to the ready room.
Yep.
And no side stops, obstacles along the way.
I don't think so.
Excellent.
Unless any of these buildings like would catch our eye, but I don't think
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're really looking to stop anywhere.
Yeah, because I'll say especially you're probably making a more direct path, just following that main road straight down, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Probably the most interesting thing along the way would be those sacrifice engines, those large whirling bladed pits that, you know, are currently used to help round up any demons that you know, escape, you know, any large attacks. You can definitely see how useful those would be corralling the demons into, but then your mind wanders through to maybe their original, more grisly purposes, when it was the demons and betrayers who held dominion over the city. And with that, we'll let Aljin and Morgan start heading off to the east to Nanya Zoayas, up over along the mountains. If y'all have anything you wanna chat about along the way.
So, Aljin, how are you holding up?
I mean, it's been a long day. It's been rough. Found, you know, like that other druid from my area. You know, it's been a day.
It has been quite a long day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's quite a lot happened.
Mm-hmm. He told me when I was talking to him in there that my grandmother's sick, and I don't know, you know, how bad or what's with it. You know, I don't know. I sort of think about that too, and you know, all the other stuff. And I think at that point he might pull his glove off of his left hand and show him that middle finger. He's like, and this sort of popped up not too long ago, this afternoon, and just show that little spot of that whatever it is to her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I think I saw that earlier, but I thought it was a speck of blood. What do you have here?
I tried to help. I mean, I'm drawing a blank on that guy's name. It was not Saeryn, because that's that one.
Kieran.
What's the drew's name? It's, what is it?
Kieran.
Kieran. That's it. The K sound, not the C, not the S sound on the C. No, I tried to help Kieran. He was acting, a little bit different than when he did back in the ashari, back in our land. So I noticed he had a big, that, like that, with that Moorbounder had when we first met you. And so I tried to do something about it, and it's kind of, I closed, I think, whatever it was in him, but it kind of might have leaked off into me too a little bit. Everything seems fine though. I'm pretty normal.
There's nothing normal about that redness, but if you have it under control for now, I'm not super worried about it. About this Kieran, do you believe him about what he says about your grandmother? Do you think she really is ill?
It's a good question. I sort of took it at face value, I guess. I need to. It's kind of why I also thought about coming to Madame Zoya with you. Maybe she could take a peer in, and see if she can maybe scry on her and see if she is sick, or if it was just a ploy. I guess that's could have been a thing it's a ploy just to get me back.
Well, in any case, I hope that she is well. And if not, would you want to visit her at some point, or?
I mean, depends how sick, I guess, because she's really all I've had, and you know, I don't want to go back to be the next leader, but if I know I won't be able to see her again, then yeah, I would probably think about heading back.
Well, if you need a traveling companion, you always have me. Also, I believe we're here at Zoya's place.
Oh yeah. Sort of gets a little smile of that, and like wanders over to that little creek, and sort of like rustles into, like, gets ready and like sort of gets into it.
Just to remind everyone of the beautiful map. It just goes, no tokens or battle grids needed on this one.
It'd sort of probably be where it like dips down a little bit in Whitewaters here. It'd sort of be like in that area where he sort of like nestles in, where his head is just like his mouth. He can breathe in water, but he's like, where it's almost like a pillow to him. He's using the dirt, and he's sort of like getting down in there and like just relaxing a little bit in that.
Yeah,
it's cool, but I mean,
amazing.
He's okay with it.
Yeah, you walk up, you splash in the little river, and that comes lapping off of these rocks, this little carving little outlet that runs down off the mountain at this little witchy hag's hut that has been built and nestled in this little nook. You see the little fence posts, the wooden structures with a little tended garden, and a couple scattered animal bones, and a few ravens and other winged birds flying about. Sitting next to the front steps is, of course, the giant frog that's sitting almost motionless like a statue, except for the occasional like just tongue just like flops out and hits on its eyeball and then just blinks at you. And then sitting on top of it is another yet smaller frog, and that is also just like keeps shifting back and forth. Its head doing like those like unnatural frog turns to look at you with its large eyes, and then the bubbling cauldron out front that still has a somewhat fragrant smell.
I'm gonna ask for clarification. You said tended garden, correct, and not tendon garden, because I heard tendon garden and got a little creeped out.
Well, make a
All right, that's
religion,
fine.
make
I
a
don't.
made a
Actually, no. I
medicine.
don't.
No,
Nope.
no.
Nope. You said I'm like
it is
I'm
a-
pretty sure you said tended, but in my head I was like, you just said tendon garden, and
Well,
that's
we'll leave that for
terrible.
Aljin's imagination.
And that's a terrible. That's probably what you heard under the water.
He's like, huh?
What? All right.
But yeah,
continue.
Morgan, you're able to walk up, take that all in.
She'll definitely like, kind of take everything in too as she's going up. Just taking a glance over at all the plants, and her first instincts for them are to like assess their vitality, obviously, like, I believe in Mama Zoya. She's definitely like, they're all healthy plants, I like to imagine anyway. And then I go up, and if she's not within sight, I'll knock on the door.
Mm-hmm. And it is, as you're like taking a glance and looking at it, I would say with passive perception, medicine, and all nature, like you're able to see, yeah, it's in spite of the terrible craggy conditions, like you've only seen this much green and vegetation in one other spot of the city so far, and that was at the Hythenos estate that was employing an actual water ashari, it turns out. Like a druid specifically for water and tending of crops. So the fact that she has this much green here is like a very good testament. And as you go and walk up the steps with, like the slight creak of the wood underneath, and it's she, before you even go to knock on the door, goes and pulls it open. She's like, "Ah, yes, my babushka. I knew you would come back on this day. I had the stew ready, waiting for you. Please come in, come in." And
Thank you.
and you, my little watery friend, do you wish to play in the creek, or do you want to come in as well?
I'm good here. I'll probably be here for a bit. It's nice having water. Thanks. Thank you.
Yes, my water is yours to share. Come, if you need anything, if your stomach gets hungry, need to tend up any wounds, my hospitality is yours. But Morgan, come in. What can I help you for?
I was just wondering if by chance you had a brass brazier. It seems that I've lost my little raven, and I would like to find him once more.
A brass brazier, you say? Is that the only spell component that you are missing?
Well, there's a few costly components that I don't think I've quite purchased yet, but if you have them, I'd be more than willing to compensate you in gold for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, come, let us see. And you begin as he like takes you into the house, and it is I'll let you actually. What do you think would be the first 3 features that you imagine are in her house that would draw your eye?
So I definitely think the very first thing that she would notice is the mantle of the fireplace. I imagine that it would be adorned with different runes and symbols, or like other kind of like carvings of some kind, like that hearth craft kind of like
Yeah.
witch vibe. The second thing I would think would be like maybe those little like decorations that are a little bit more than decorations. Those tiny handcrafted bits and baubles to, ward off spirits or whatever kind of magics are infused in them. And
like dangling
then
bones and stuff like that.
yes, or yeah. And then the third thing that I think she would clock, it would be the like the preparation station, I guess, or like, kind of the workspace that she uses.
Yeah. And especially, knowing in kind of now the nature of just seeing like those inner workings of what would be considered hag magic, taking the mundane, regular seeming objects and having the right process, the ritual, the enchantment, to be able to take that and use that as a component for something far greater. Natural magics that you can't find in the textbooks in any wizard's tower.
My Nana Zoya, I love what you've done with the place.
Oh, this old thing. Give it a couple hundred more years, it will look a little bit more lived in and sloppy. Now, where did I put that pile? And you see she begins and walks over to that little workspace station and begins moving a bunch of stuff aside. And you see there's all sorts of materials. You asked specifically for a brass brazier, right?
Yes.
And so you see there's all sorts of there's things made out of iron, there's things made out of pure steel, pure silver flutes. There is a trinket of polished gold that's almost like a dragon's claw that's clutching a large ruby that looks like a dragon's egg or something like that. And she just sweeps all that aside carelessly. There's a big pile of herbs and these weird, botanicals that are giving off this dank, spicy fragrance and a little bit that wafts up into the air. And she's like, oh no, don't mind that. Just hold your breath unless you wish to see some of the spirits of the ethereal. And then eventually she pulls aside and finds exactly what you're looking for, a little brass brazier.
Ah, thank you, Nana Zoya. Now, do you have any maybe charcoal or maybe some herbs that I could buy from you for a quick ritual with this?
Yes, just a regular dealing, yes.
Yes, it seems that what
No.
I need is just a little mundane.
No strings attached. Yeah, I could, for an old friend, I could save you, a trip on down to the store. But I'll enchant one of the young locals to help me resupply.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, just
Well-
let me know however much it is you are looking for, and please, what you are responding. You are reviving your familiar. Yes.
Yes, I think about 10 gold pieces worth of materials should do it.
Easy peasy. And I'll make sure to charge so you can't say that you owe me, eh?
I'll take that. Yes, here you are. And she kind of, chuckles out her little 10 gold pieces and sets them on the nearest surface.
Excellent. May I ask what happened to your little birdie? He was so nice and strong.
He was a good bird. I did use him quite valiantly in the midst of combat, and I believe he was shot with a crossbow.
Ah, crossbow. But does not look like crossbones are the teeth marks around you right there.
No, this was acquired a little more recently. An excursion up to the Betrayer's Rise. I passed through the first gates beyond the guards to check out the entrance to the Rise, and, well, we were ambushed on the way in.
Ah, yes, that would explain all of their commotion I heard about earlier. But you seem to be pretty busy lady for your old age.
I find myself saying that more and more each day. But now, I think I have a renewed sense of purpose. When I first arrived here, after coming from Jigao, it was a little up in the air for me. But now, I know what I must do, and I must go into the Betrayer's Rise. But I don't want to go without Jacqueline.
Yes, I fear that you'll need all of the help if you plan to go into there. Following those young fools, no doubt.
Yes, they seem to have gone in even through the guards and managed to get through the front door as well.
Yes. I hear the birds is telling me they used a powerful artifact, the very one that I had helped inform you about, yes?
That would be correct. It is the exact same.
Shame it is not in your hands to perform the same magics.
Well, I might not be armed with the same magics, but I do have some magics of Corellon. I might be able to get in with this. And I would show Nanazoya
Yeah.
the verdant tome.
Yeah, and you see her eyes go wide, and she's like, "Oh, I thought I had smelled something of the Fae on you," and I think it's even like almost like one of those like unconscious, just like a licking of the lips of just like seeing something so satisfying, so strong and powerful. Even in the hands, like it's holding a Dragon Ball, basically.
Yeah.
In front of someone who likes to hunt Dragon Balls and collect them. But she says that is very powerful artifact. And she says, "May I will only inspect, not keep, of course."
Well, how about this? I will let you inspect it for the duration of my ritual. I will be here for an hour. Is that enough time?
Yes, of course. That is. I will owe you a great debt for this.
All right. The deal it is.
Yes. And then, she like just begins like almost like it's like reverence, just like looking at that book, just looking at like the spells and information. And she says, "Where did you find such a verdant tome?"
This tome was not found on this plane of existence, but back home, where I come from, in the Shadowfell.
The Shadowfell. It is no wonder not found sooner. It sticks out like a sore thumb.
You know, it did when I came across it.
And you see she chuckles. She just says, "The many mysteries. Interesting to see the magics of Corellon in the hands of an agent of the Raven Queen."
I find myself very interested in untangling the mysteries of the two, but there is some sort of link between them. I just need to figure out what it is. Although, the Raven Queen is the one that led me to the book in the first place.
Yes, although the Raven Queen, I was wondering, how old are you yourself, Morgen? And you see, like, her with, like, her aged old face, like, wrinkles, and just, like, that's, like, that gaunt and sunken of, like, she could be, anywhere from hundreds of years old, 2, 3, 4, 5, but you yourself, the time you spent in the Shadowfell.
Well, I've spent the first 400 years of my life in the Shadowfell, and then another 100 or so here in Jigao.
Hmm.
So, a bit over 500.
You have seen many, many things of times of age past. The calamity had come and gone while you were still a suckling babe in the Shadowfell. Although we know time a little different between planes. I only ask because your Raven Queen, she is still a babe compared to other gods, no?
That is correct, yes.
A mortal woman who, in the Arjavik canon, discovered the ritual to usurp the god of death themselves. There is no record of who that was or what they were. It was all erased. It's interesting histories.
Yes, I knew there was another before her, but I do not recall them at all, and finding any records of them has proven fruitless.
So I'd wondered if you had any memories. I'd never got to talk with someone who had been around that time, give or take.
I don't have any memories of it myself, but I suppose I might know where to go searching for memories.
Yes. We know that that is the way for things to be remembered.
And I shall go back all in due time. But for now, I must focus on the Betrayer's Rise and getting my little buddy back.
You will need much, much help going into Betrayer's Rise. Are you prepared?
Let's hope so.
I think at that point, outside Aljin playing in the water, is there anything you would be having during that time?
No, actually, during that time, he's not really playing. He's sort of just hanging out and laying there, and like slowly dipping down further and further into the water. And if it's an hour, he does get bored, but feeling the water rush on him, he sort of like wrestles into a shallow that has like right about here. It's like a little more still, and he falls asleep underwater. Like he sinks down and like nestles in and just falls asleep.
Takes a nap. Just a little short rest.
Yeah, at this point, he might be there for 4 hours. I don't know. At this point, he's sleeping.
Yeah. And I think
He's in a comfortable position. He's in nice water. He's loving it.
yeah, you take that. I mean, it is like probably the most comforting and reminds you back of home that you've had this entire time.
Yeah.
During this, Morgan, you would begin to start preparing your ritual. This would be for the Find Familiar.
Yeah.
Excellent. Is there anything else you'd want to discuss with the Nanya Zoya during that time while you are doing that, or would you mostly just be focused on the familiar spell, for obviously concentration purposes?
I think mostly on the familiar spell. I guess my main goal here was to get Jacqueline back.
Excellent, yeah. And obviously, she sees when you're doing the magic, she'll give you the space and, any other required, just material components and a little extra tea with a little kick of booze in it. And I think you begin chanting away, burning off the charcoal and incense and herbs. And at that, we will spin back away over to a little cut back in time while all of this is happening to Saeryn and Ludo making their way back to the ready room. And we will do this.
Saeryn, can I buy you a pint?
Oh, that's a little too sad. Hey, can I buy you a pipe?
With just so much pain.
Please drink my beer.
Here. Although this song's called No Laughing Matter, so we'll see.
Saeryn, how about that pint?
Yeah, I guess I could use one.
All right, so they go into the tavern, and,
Yeah.
And Ludo just finds a spot right at the bar.
Excellent. Yes. You make your way back through the town, getting back into where the ready room is, and you see the random shuffle of the people about the town. Pay no mind. There's that little sound of like the blacksmith, the clang and tang off in the distance, the little other sacrifice engine that you pass by like on the other side of the courtyard as you like come in from the north, and then get you right into the ready room and just go right up to where that bar is. Which where the bar is, it's like you kind of have to take like a little bit of a lift. That's like a rising platform that takes you up and down the scene, like the bar up and downstairs. So if I take you over to here, or actually no, it's this one, the Bazo's Inn.
Ludo, we got drunk and ended up at the barracks again.
Ah!
Not again.
No, not the flippy map. This one. So the bar would be the upstairs, and then Ludo and Morgen are not napping downstairs. They're somewhere else. Yeah, you take the little lift, the little rising winch platform. It's like connects you from there to there, if that makes sense. Like this is the bar from the downstairs. Here's the upward. And the two little brothers, Delez, I believe was the name. Let me find them up. They see you coming. He's like, oh, yeah, for a drink.
A pint for my friend and I here.
All right,
Please
all right.
and thank you.
Oh, you all look like you could use a drink.
Oh, we feel like we could use a drink.
Yeah, it's the Drow brother and sister. Delez is the male who's working there, and like you see the sister through the back room as like the doors shutter back and forth, and she's in the back just like rubbing her head, looking at paperwork. And he says, "All right, I'll get that drink right up for you." And it serves you two, and it'll just be just a couple silver each.
Yeah, Ludo tosses the silver out.
All right. So anything else I could get you? I mean, do you need me to call a doctor? I mean, got like a few rags. Yeah, you're bleeding a little bit all over my stool. And he passes you some towels, Saeryn.
Thank you.
And then they decides like an extra like the hard like Everclear liquor. He's like, in case you need to sterilize.
Sterilize my insides, maybe.
Oh, you want the brown for that?
Stick with the ale for now. And he takes a big swig of it and wipes the foam from his mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd let you guys, start your little drinking and reflections.
Yeah, Saren's gonna sip slowly because he's in here mostly just to like get off his feet and watch other people and just, I don't know, maybe pick a mark for the night. So Ludo, what do you think the odds are of my little friend actually being useful?
Well, I'm not quite sure. She's pretty brash. However, I do think she's more useful than our other options. I was actually hoping that we would run into some trouble at the gate there. I was confident in our abilities, but I wanted to see if she could handle herself and potentially help us. I feel bad.
Saeryn winces at that. He's like, yeah, it would have been really nice if I hadn't like, tripped and fallen over.
You took quite a beat down there, and I apologize for thinking
No, you're
that
full.
way.
I ran ahead.
But still, we're traveling as a group, and I believe that we need to watch out for each other a little bit better.
Yeah, well then, cheers to that.
Cheers. He raises his mug and clinkies with Saeryn.
Tonk.
Clink.
Excellent.
Takes another big swig and wipes the foam from his mouth. Ah, it feels good to sit down and relax. I think Ludo would take a look around. Is anybody else sitting at the bar? Anybody else hanging around?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a nice little perception. And I will say you are definitely able to, like, reflect on and enjoy that moment of relaxation.
A nat 20.
Ooh, we hit a nat 20. Beautiful. For a nice flat 20. I mean, giveth and taketh away. So Saeryn good.
God, that's a pendulum swing. Oh God, I have whiplash. Oh, my heel hurts and I have whiplash. Oh, I'm hysterical and I'm wet.
Oh no. Yeah, poor Saeryn. I think you just actually do take some of that liquor to pour on some of those wounds. It's just,
I get some of the beer in my eye. Ah! First it's the dust and now it's the alcohol.
Mm-hmm. So, would there be anything in particular that you're looking for, Ludo? With that nat 20.
Yeah, I think Ludo would just kind of... I think he's always, whenever there are people around, looking for any of the drow from the raid, or anybody who like resembles any of the drow or carries any of the symbols from like his failed past.
Gotcha. Yeah, anyone that with like those like Widow's Peak drow.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
And not necessarily that he expects to see them here, but he just, in a place like this, I think it's where people gather, so it's more likely that if a person like that was in Bazazan, that they would probably come here.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Like especially more trained practice sweep. You don't notice anyone with that. You do notice one drow that is sitting off over by himself, like a pretty nondescript, but the hair like almost looks like it was like could have been like a dip down into it, but you just see it like it's just like how like the hair parts instead. That gives it like that appearance is like kind of what drew your eye to it. But it's just, this very nondescript, like their hair is buzzed and kept pretty short, and then kind of has like a little bit of like length in the back instead. And they're just wearing, instead of like the long flowing like purple cloaks that are pretty familiar, it's definitely more like a tight fit leather. Definitely someone that, is probably pretty agile and used to moving around. And with that 20 perception specifically, you see, they have like a bunch of different daggers and, weapons and stuff on them. Just like, okay, here's like, if you see someone in Bazazan, they're carrying like a weapon outwardly, right? And then in the back of your head, you're like, okay, they probably got like 2 more hiding somewhere else that no one can see. And then you take another glance and you're like, oh no, and then this one person has like another like 3 shoved up some sleeves and then like in a boot somewhere, like, you notice that will kind of draw your eye. You also do see one of the larger orcish figures that kind of walks in, and I think you smell them first because it's just like the smell of this like sweat and like the stink of like iron and coal and burning like the smoke that like the one that would have from the blacksmith. And you see this large orcish berserker looking feller that walks in, and you pretty much like, oh, this person just came from the like working at the blacksmith.
Oh, yeah. Maggie, is that you? No, I think he would just turn if any of these patrons of the bar notice Ludo looking around, I think he would just like nod and maybe raise his mug.
Yeah. And I think you see like that one person, like the drow, like, you know, they kind of look around as someone goes in but goes right back to their business. And then there's like the few people hanging out at the top, just like some workers like sharing cups up in the top corner, and they all like look and like kind of like give a little nod over, and they're like, oh, there's Keurig, all right. And then, you know, just get right back into it, and the little the large orc man kind of nods to, recognizing like his name, and like he comes and walks up to the bar to order a drink. I don't know. You guys might have actually been. I can't remember if anyone was there with Aljin when he had a talk with the orc that was out like pulling roots and stuff like that back before you were casing for the Hythenos estate, before the heist had happened. Because I remember you guys were a little split up at that time.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember.
So yeah,
but
I don't know if you would have recognized them or not then.
After casing the room, kind of checking it out, I think Ludo's gonna raise his mug and bartender, a round for everybody here.
And that definitely gets some eyes, and everyone like, oh yeah, cheers to our new best friend. And what was Saeryn be doing during that?
Saren's trying to use the towels to clean his eyes out. There's no way he's like, oh, we're getting another drink. Okay, what is it? Hold on, I can't quite see where the drinks is. Where's okay?
And the bartender comes over and he's like, so before I start pouring, I just gotta make sure I see the gold.
How much will that be?
Go ahead, 2 gold. That orc fella Keurig over there, he drinks a lot.
2 gold.
And and you see that orcish fella, he comes walking up and he says, whoa, thanks for the round, buddy.
Hey, you're welcome.
That's exactly what I need. Working a long day at the smith. That Jorl, he's right. Life is pain.
Life is pain.
You know Jorl then.
Yes, I have met Jorl. Seems like a great fellow.
He made some of the finest metal and armor I've seen. I mean, I'm pretty new to the craft, you know, so he doesn't let me get too hands-on. But meaning it looks over at you, it's like, not saying for nothing, but your armor's looking a little scuffed up, if you don't mind, if you don't mind me saying so.
Oh, I don't mind at all. In fact, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, he's always talking about all these rare ores that he used to be able to work with, minerals, silver, adamantine, anything that, if anyone, brings them, he wants something interesting to work with, but all we got is just, this drow steel.
It's not very fun. He mentioned that some of these ore nodes may be able to be found up in the Betrayer's Rise.
Yeah, he's talking about this one war he used to work with, the red Horinculum. It was
yes.
Yeah. But hey, that's all dried up. That ain't getting that back from the Hythenos.
The Hythenos have a monopoly on the Horinculum?
That's what Jorl said. I won't spread his business.
Well, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I will say.
Yeah, sorry. As the bartender's finishing up pouring all the mugs, Ludo's gonna slip an extra gold coin just as a tip.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's gonna be 2 gold, so we have 3 gold total.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And then Saeryn, you probably were able to, that's right next to you. You're not able to not hear anything next to you. You're able to hear that conversation if you wish.
Yeah, I'm curious what his. I want to do an insight check to see if I can understand what his feelings of the Hythenos are before I say anything.
Yeah, go ahead. 18 insight. Excellent. Yeah, you're saying like you can definitely tell it was kind of like a slip. Because like you notice like when he said the word Hythenos, like everyone kind of in the room froze up a little bit, but like went on. Almost as like it's kind of like that taboo of if you notice, is a very small town. So like you're just like that assumption is like, all right, word is probably spread fast, and Hythenos are probably not in some good standing right now, or at least you don't want to be being shown of like a defender of them, but also you don't want to still be being heard outwardly slandering. Like, I think that's kind of like the insight of like the room that you're able to read of like the body language from people, of like the uneasy shuffle and the cough in the distance when he says it. But that person, yeah, like they attempted to try and cover it pretty quickly.
Real quick, did Aloysia already give us? Did she already front us that?
Yes, you got the 200 gold. Yep.
Okay. Alright. Just did not add that apparently.
Excellent. And anything else from Saeryn?
No, I find it entertaining to watch Ludo talk to this orc gentleman. I think I'm gonna let them keep going unless I see some. I think Saeryn is gonna start getting curious about the people in the back corner to see what they're kind of up to, because now they've had they had an extra pint thrown at them, so I'm wondering what they're up to.
Yeah. You definitely know seems like looks like a little like kobold and a goblin and maybe like a little tiefling are just like sitting around just having like a few beers. So like it's a little band of friends. Hard to tell exactly like what their deal is. Like they don't look like miners or soldiers, but they're just it's kind of jolly and just talking about bullshit. I will say, running off that perception from earlier, it's immediately hard to tell without like doing a more closer, purposeful attempt.
I think Saeryn's just gonna chill at this bar and kind of relax, just listen to Ludo talk to this orc guy, and see how many times Ludo buys people drinks over and over again.
Yeah. So the guy sits down and he's just like, so what's the whole thing is, the Genasi, he told me, it's like, used to have all sorts of elemental materials that you could work with, and then it's all about what you quench the blade in. It has to be the counterpoint to the elemental art. It's amazing. And then, you got the difference between oil and then salt water and then hot water. And every tool has to be put back into its place.
Wow, sounds like fascinating. And you mentioned that you were pretty new to the craft, but you seem to know exactly what you're talking about.
You gave me lots of material to read. Lots of hands-on.
Well, cheers to your career as a blacksmith, and Ludo raises his mug.
Better than pulling roots.
I would imagine so.
Cheers to that. And he's like, what's your whole deal?
Well, we're just adventuring through, my friend and I here. We're kind of in for the evening. We had a rough day, but we're relaxing for now and enjoying this fine tavern and this fine company.
It passes for a tavern, that's for sure. And then the bartender's just like, hey, I resent that. And he's like, another round. And he kind of like glances over at you, Ludo.
Yeah? Sure, another round.
I put in a good word for a discount later if you stop by for Jorl.
Oh, sounds good to me.
All right.
Another round.
Yes, put another silver off on that one.
It's another 2 gold.
Another silver.
Oh.
Just buying for the one guy, right? So far.
Gotcha.
But yeah. Go ahead.
Well, Ludo's not gonna let him drink alone. He's gonna get another for himself.
All right, yeah, he'll do too.
too.
So yeah, you're starting to do thing, and I'm trying to remember your amulet of the your tankard of the drunk or whatever. That's only a once a day, right?
Yes.
And I believe you already did
I
that
already
in the
used
first.
it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm like, wait, long day. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I already have it marked off.
Excellent. Beautiful.
As that's
I
happening,
think
when
we
there's
need
like
more.
when there's a break in the discussion with this guy, Ludo's gonna turn and just kind of check on Saeryn, like, "Hey, how you doing, buddy?"
Yeah, just getting a little bit
Doing
more
all-
merry.
Doing all right, just nursing my wounds.
Don't feel obligated to stay here and drink with us. I know you're in need of a rest, so I won't
Yeah, it's
take
no
any
thing.
offense to you if you.
I drink slowly, and then I go to bed quick.
You know, you're a funny guy, Saeryn. And Ludo pats him on the back.
Saeryn doesn't understand how that was a joke, but cheers anyway.
Gives him a little bit of
The pat on my back nearly knocks Saeryn out of the.
but it gives him 5 lay on hands points.
Yeah, I think it's like that zap. It's like a cold shock on your back, like just like a static touch. You're like, ah.
but then it feels nice, like, oh.
First a little icy, then
The
hot.
icy hot. God. Yeah.
Because of latency, that was exactly the same time we said that.
That's great.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, that working title. I see that. Awesome. But yeah, just rounds of merriment, some relaxation, some mirth, much needed for the two worshippers of the Changebringer that are gathered up there together. And I think you guys, reflecting back, thinking of the long day, everything that's happened, the workings with the rival party, the mysteries of the amulet, and whatever past that needs to be unfolded, and just whatever mysterious divine connection that draws all of you here. Unless we have anything else between the two of you.
Yeah, just real quick.
Yeah.
When that other character sitting at the table yelled out for this orc, what name did they use? I missed that.
Keurig.
Keurig,
Yeah, like the thing I now realize.
like the coffee maker.
Yep. I wrote it in my notes and I'm like, yeah, that's a cool name. Oh, wait a minute. Now that I'm saying it. Come at me. Or sponsor me. I don't know. Hey, for sponsor. I'll drink so much coffee at these sessions. I'll get so zooted at midnight. All right.
That's why we do them on Fridays.
Excellent. So you all drinking your rounds, having your time. While you're doing that, we cut back over that hour you guys are having. That relaxation is when Morgen and Aljin are having their moments. And at this point, Morgen, you'd probably be finishing up your ritual.
So, Nana Zoya, did you enjoy the read?
Oh, yes, that was very interesting music. Not music, yeah. I was looking at the music thing on my stuff. It's like, I get this feeling. It's just like, this is a very, very interesting read. It is very natural and druidic, which primal in nature, which is different than how most know Corella on the art chart.
It is a bit different, isn't it? I do have a question for you. Do you think I could get into the Betrayer's Rise with this? Do you think there are any rituals in this book that might open the door?
Open the door. Up until this afternoon, if you would have asked me, I would have said opening the door was impossible. No one been able to do it. I've never been able to do it. I had divined 100 different ways, asking every one god I could imagine. That's, nice to reach and talk to. How do you get in? But they all said I do not have the answer. But here it turns out that you needed more than one god. They presented this jewel, they said. This rival party, and that it allowed them to walk through the gates. And we know that jewel is a vestige of divergence, but uniquely powered by 3 gods. Well, what I see here in front of me is a vestige of divergence powered by at least 1 god.
Well, this is valuable information.
Mm-hmm. And I would say you might have the right group of friends for such a ritual. Although, how and what you would perform for it, I do not know.
All right. Well,
If you were to recreate the power of the jewel that let you enter it, I imagine you would need a weave of each of the 3 gods to touch and open the gate.
All right. I'll ponder on this. I think I must go find my companions once more. As always, it's a pleasure to see you, Nana Zoya.
Of course. You as well. Is there anything else you would, like I said, I owe you a great boon. Or debt for reading this, is there? If there's anything you think you might want or need for preparations, please just ask.
When the time comes, I will let you know.
Yes.
And then she'll give like a little wink.
When the time comes, of course. And I think, how about when you go outside, send your little wee friend in. He might... I had a feeling he wants to have a conversation.
Yes. There might be something he might need from you. I'll go see where he's at. I'll step outside and just kind of like look around and...
Don't see him immediately.
You don't see immediately. You see this dark shape under the water.
Yeah, so I imagine like I'd walk outside and I just like kind of glance around, not seeing him, and then just like, like a mom looking for their kid that's like hiding or something, just like put the hands on the hips and be like, all right now, just kind of walk around. I knew he was playing by the water, so she would go there and kind of, see that dark spot. I think that she'd just go right in. She'd go down and if he's down there, she'd swim down and just kind of do like a little like a little tap.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing it's a little river. It's not probably that deep to swim down, but yeah, when you hit him, he'll wake up, stir up, and come up and be like, "Oh, sorry, I must have dozed off there."
That's all right. I told you I was going to be a little while. The ritual went well.
Okay.
Is there anything that you needed from Nana Zoya now that we're here? Maybe
well,
about the hand or something?
Yeah, I'll go and see if she can see. Maybe she can scry. I knew she scried for us before, right? We were here at one point, and she did a few things. So I might see if she can take a look, see if my grandma's actually sick or not. But you can head back. It shouldn't be too long.
All right, but I won't leave you alone. Here, take this. Jacqueline,
Yeah, what's up?
keep our little wave rider company. I'm heading back.
Oh yeah, totally. Oh my god, I miss you so much. He just like starts like nuzzling in on you. He's just like, next time I'm gonna get him so bad. I'm gonna peck him so hard.
Oh yes, and you're such a good bird.
I'm
And
such
she's
a
gonna give him like all the scritches.
hmm Yeah. Just let me at him. Let me at him. What's the plan? What are we doing?
I'm just gonna go and speak to Zoya real fast. I mean, it shouldn't take too long if you want to wait out here.
No, Finian, you don't get. He's going with you. I will
Oh.
go back, but the bird is
Okay.
dead.
Oh, okay. I mean, he can stay outside. He doesn't have to come inside if he doesn't want. I'll just sort of shake that off and just sort of head in, dripping wet. He tries to shake as much as he can, but he's like, still.
Yeah. He's
Not-
definitely
not big
dripping
deal.
a little bit on the rug, and she's
Yeah.
Nani Zoya calls in. She's like, stand on the hardwood. Don't get my rugs all wet. Here,
Oh,
let me bring
sorry
you a
about
towel.
that. Sorry about that. Oh, well, thank you.
Then you
mean-
see the little bird come up. He's just like, all right, just me and you now, bro.
Hey, Joaquin. I don't know why he has an aversion for this bird. He just does. So yeah, I know you. I think you scribed for us earlier on someone. I was wondering if you could take a look at, or at least attempt to scry on my grandmother, Uvenda. And I pull off my little pouch that has water in it. I'm like, she gave this to me. I don't know if it helps to have something that she touched or that was from where I'm from, but I was told she was sick, and I just sort of want to confirm this or not.
And you pull off that like little like gourd water pouch that you do like your spell
component
casting and
pouch.
stuff from. And you see she like looks at that and she's like, oh, of course you would want me to use this to scry on or with.
Yeah, just
This
describe it,
is yes, I believe this should work. This is very, very powerful artifact. I wonder where she got this.
I just sort of, she's always had it, and when I I didn't get the druidic side, I sort of had this other
The
innate-
Saeryn side.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, I could
But-
see it.
But she gave me that to sort of focus my mind on my magic.
All right. And what is your name?
Uvenda?
All right, we shall do this ritual.
And give her a
I will
description.
scry for you.
Obviously, give her a description of her
Excellent.
gnome, elderly, all the information she needs.
Now, normally, these things usually come with a cost.
Yeah, what? I mean, just tell me. I can easily pay any costs necessary.
But for that, I think we wait to see what we see. And go from there.
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
Come now, concentrate with me. And she brings you outside over to where her cauldron is. Actually, back where she had cast it originally. And you see she goes and starts grabbing some, random spell components and grabs like a little pile of like sea salt. She says, sea salt to remind of the brine of the islands. And then she goes and grabs a little like small jar off the shelf and she says, bottled essence of moonbeam to help direct the mirror where we need to see. And do you have anything else of home you would like to contribute?
This is Aaron looking because I'm trying to remember if I
Yeah.
have anything from home.
Yeah. Even like any like
Mine
little
is-
stones or...
I probably would. No, I'd have a shell. I'd at least have a little seashell
Yeah.
probably in his pocket. You'd pull out and
Yeah.
hand to her.
Excellent. And she says, and I need you to look and think in your mind's eye and see it as clearly as you can. I need
Ooh.
you, Aaron, to describe to me what are the 3 features of Uvenda's home that Aljin always found most comforting?
I mean, it was where she lived was like what you would think of like I'm not a cabana, but like one of the like a wooden like tethered like a thatched sort of group shack. And what he always had, in mind when he thinks of home is this look from like her table where they would sit and eat dinner, and out the door, like, out the back door, there was just the ocean, and you could see the moon setting over top the ocean, as they sort of hung out there and talked about their days and sort of figured out what was going on with their lives and everything, and they would just sort of have a nice little meal there. Now it's when he thinks of home, that's the warmth of her little stand, and where they would just be together.
Excellent. And you just have that comforting thought, and I was actually unsure what exactly it was going to say or look like, but I think... Oh, no, not that.
oh man.
No, not that. At first, that's the moment of dread that Aljin has, worrying about.
Yeah.
His feeling of, oh my god, I worry about home and what it looks like. And here's just like a little, on the island, just like on a small like little hill, nestled around all these trees onto the backside where it falls off into the mountain. And you got the little patties and everything outside the wooden home, and you're able to see and picture that in the scrying. And as the beam comes and focuses in, you see on the inside of it is almost starting to get, if it's nightfall there, then it's probably starting to get like early sunrise over where Vesra is. And when she should be out working in the patio in the field, you don't see that action. You see no motion, and then it zooms in through like the door and the window, and you do see your grandmother on her bed, weak, wrapped up, bed coverings and stuff, pictures of like never-ending water that stay refreshed by her bedside, and you see a couple other of the other village elders, some of the next oldest and other council people and trusted families. And then you see with the long dreadlocks, the Triton friend, Yulin, is standing there, and he's looking angry and impatient, and you hear him yell out, and he's just like, it's just like not even worth waiting around for. Gonna go. And then he goes and storms out and slams the door shut behind him. And you hear Uvenda croak from the bedside, just like, chasing foolish dreams in the desert. Such is the folly of youth nowadays. And then one of the little midwives, doctors, like sit down, and there's not midwife, yeah, just like little doctors of the village sit down, and they're just like, no, please, you save your strength. And you're just looking on a scene of the most vulnerable and weak looking you have ever seen your grandmother. And you hear the one doctor who's like sitting there taking care of her, and she yells, and she just says, shakes her head, and she says, looking for a lotus flower in the middle of the desert in Ankarel? It's foolish, that's nonsense, how could that ever save? And then and it flashes and whisks away.
He would stand up quickly, look very concerned about everything. He reaches down in his pouch, and he, like, very abruptly just grabs 25 gold and puts it down on her table and says, I'm sure this is the cost. I'm sure this will cover the cost of anything. I think I have to go. And he sort of just walks out, or walks away from from that.
And then she, as you go and walk away, she slammed the gold down and she yells out, "Beware, there are many paths you walk where you end up in the desert of Ank'Harel. Choose carefully, because it is only one of those where you end up there. Alive and with friends." I imagine you're out the door.
Yeah, gone at that point.
All right.
Okay. He takes that as she's pretty bad, and there's a hope in the desert of Ank'Harel.
That is what you heard.
He's gonna head back. Can you flip over back to the city map, please?
Yeah.
Just so I know where I'm at.
Let's get away from that.
Get away from that real fast. Man, he's gonna start walking. Just walking at this point. He doesn't know where he's gonna go. He's sort of walking. I think he's gonna find his way to the barracks. Just sort of milling around, sort of going in the more southern route and then walking past the ruins sort of quickly and abruptly, like just trying to make a path.
Where are we going, bro? What's up? Oh, what'd you see there?
What?
Huh?
Oh,
What? And he's just like flying around back and forth from like left to like right, landing on your shoulder, spins back around you, hands on your head, just like, what'd you see up there, huh? Oh my God, you're in a big hurry. What?
Kind of forgot he was even there at that point. It's like, oh God.
What's up, bro?
I might have to head somewhere. I know we have a big thing going on here. I don't know. I'm torn here between two things. I didn't want to be where I was, and now I don't know if I can not go back without. Oh no. Oh, I can't understand the bird. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I was reading Morgan's here. Can he speak common? Can the bird speak common?
Yeah, the bird's just like, wait, you can hear me.
Sure.
That's freaking wild.
Chooses. The DM chooses at this point.
Oh yeah, no, it's there's been a few. There's been a few moments where people have heard the bird.
I don't know. I'm torn between two things here. The party needs me. The only person I have left in my family is possibly dying, and there's a place that could possibly save her. I don't know.
Well, it sounds like a big deal.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way.
Whenever I need to make a decision, I go for the one that gives me the most food.
That makes a lot of sense, and I think both are pretty dangerous at this point.
Yeah, we'll stay with
you can go ahead and
Aljin, walking his way, lost in thought. That might be a perfect dramatic time to take a quick little break.
Okay.
While ruminating on some thoughts, and Aljin is at a crossroads.
Sounds good.
Let's get rid of the sad and get into some happy music. BRB, y'all. I mean, this song really is the best.
I do enjoy it too. I'm gonna say it.
Because when I first started this campaign and started like doing the I'm gonna look for all the music and everything, I spent like 3 hours up until 4 a.m. one day on YouTube just looking through their audio library for like every track I could possibly find. And I got on this one like near the end, and this was just like, yes, finding a way. Don't know how the tone of this is gonna fit into this campaign.
Well, it's a palate cleanser.
Yeah.
It's a if it's a serious action, then it's good. If it's still silly, it's still a good. It's a good song.
It's a good segue.
It's in a couple places.
Perfect. Be right back.
Yeah. It is very much the be right back. Like, yeah, what I would expect.
The D&D music. Just like some bards just like jamming in the middle of a tavern to this.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's just like, okay, yeah, I can vibe it. I want a tiki drink.
I don't love it. I don't hate it. Okay, cool.
All right, bartender rum.
I can drink to it.
All right, 1 second. I'm gonna do a thing.
So, how's the rest of the party feeling?
Good. I'm glad I got my bird back.
Yeah, there you go. I love the comment. Wait, I don't believe he can understand the bird. Jack's like, yep, he can. Okay.
It's a magic bird.
That was a decision that
well,
myself made months ago.
Yeah. you kept talking, and I'm like, I'm gonna answer the bird, I guess, because we hear the bird, and it's the whole meta knowledge of I understand what Morgan's saying to the bird because I'm not Aljin. And then the bird just kept talking to me, so I kept answering the bird. I'll do this until someone tells me I can't.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. This thing breaks quite a few rules of familiar.
Sort of. Yeah, it happened. I mean, I can talk to birds, or I can talk to creatures with swim speeds. They can't talk back, but you mean flying is just swimming in the air, so
I mean, yeah. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Amazing. Some
Sorry.
big decisions.
I'm sorry this turned from like I'm pretty sure we're gonna go to sleep to this. Almost 2 hours of talking.
Hey, would I have it any other way?
I know. The worst part is I rolled for the decision and I got the least interesting and least helpful number you can possibly roll on a d20.
Just straight down the middle.
No, 10.
Yeah.
The 10. The one that gives you the least amount of help.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jax, you've been playing with me long enough. You understand my constant need for storyline must make sense, and what people do in storyline that must make sense.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna follow storyline for me that makes sense, but it's not gonna be a popular one.
Hey, we're here to tell stories. And any goons can be throwing math rocks for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Sometimes I'm that goon.
A lot of times we're those goons.
Sometimes we like to hit the good stuff.
Yeah. I'll expedite the next few moments as fast as I can.
Bow, 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 bow. All right. See, I think we might still be waiting on one more.
I saw Hunter. I say names and then I get concerned that I'm on the wrong name in my brain. Facemess is Hunter, right?
Nope.
No, damn it. Who? I try to pay attention to the intros. I swear. Try to get your guys' real names down.
I can throw you for a huge loop and tell you that my first name is Matt.
Also
Oh,
true.
it's That's right.
Yeah, we have
Everybody's
two
back now.
Matts.
I confirmed it. There you go.
Love it, love it. Alrighty, so we are back at the Bassisand map. Aljin making his way back through. Morgen, was there anything once you were leaving that temple from Nanya Zoya? Any roundabouts? Any praying? Any shops? Any?
Yeah. Are there any shops that are open at this hour?
You might be able to go check out the Reaping Sow or the Slayer's Steak.
Maybe the Slayer's Steak, I think.
So yeah, I'll let you start making your way down over towards that way. Just, but especially that one's like pretty much clear across the city. Down in the bottom left by the gate, so you'll have to like make your way around, head past over where the Clang and Tang is and all of that. But have you start making your way that way?
Yeah.
Excellent. And then I think in that we will cut back over to the ready room, where we got the Ludo and Saeryn. And you see the three in the corner over there at that table. They get like their food served to them. These little piling just plates of these thick cut like mastodon steaks covered in this thick gravy, and then there's like these like rooted vegetables that almost like parsnips kinda that are like prepared up on the side with it, and some few like leafy greens that can be mustard, but not too much, per plate. Those definitely seem to be lacking on most people's meal balance. But the spices and the smell definitely hit you as it comes up.
Ludo's stomach audibly growls.
Yeah, I think even Saeryn next to that hears it.
Probably feels it.
Oh, something riddled me, me stool.
Yeah, Carrick next to you is like, either as an earthquake, or the lads there's gonna have to start making another round of food.
You might as well get a little bit of a little bar grub.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Yeah, make that a third round for that meat as well.
I like this guy, but I'm starting to hate him.
This guy's fun, but he's pushing it.
Saeryn getting flashbacks to the other, the glues though, the hobgoblin headed Globdon, or he's a bugbear.
Yes.
The pirate. But yeah, anything else you guys, while food's getting prepared? You guys pretty much got the room, and then any observations or anything else?
I don't think so. I can't think of anything.
All right, And then anything with Saeryn or similar situation, probably just food and then bed for both of y'all.
Yeah, food is considered part of a long rest.
Excellent. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so you guys start pretty much settling down and not doing anything heavy, extensive, just probably making your way down to the bedroom shortly.
Yep.
Hell yeah. And with that, Aljin, where would you be headed?
He's looking right now into the barracks, kind of thinking where they were being held, kind of doing some math and sort of thinking. And he just looks at Jaquin and goes, well, first things first, I think we need to get some sleep. And then the decision is in the morning. And he just immediately turns on heel and walks to the ready room. Getting ready to he's going to go right down to his room and go right into his bed.
All right. And yeah, I'll say Ludo and Saeryn, you probably hear eventually in a few moments that entrance down below. And if you crane and look, would you be trying to make it like a quick and not be seen, Aljin?
I mean, he is not purposely going to sneak in, but he's not going to go up into the bar room. He's just going to go straight down to
Excellent.
the sleeping quarters.
Excellent.
I think Ludo would be trying to listen for Aljin and Morgen to come in.
Excellent. Yeah, make it just make it one straight perception. Actually with disadvantage because that food smells pretty good.
I'm not hiding, so 14
A
probably.
14 at disadvantage.
14. All right. Yeah, I'll let that. I'll leave that up to Aljin.
I'd say you'd see him pop in, but he wouldn't. Like he's not coming up to talk. He's going right to bed. You'd hear him go down the steps, and you'd hear him walk in and go down the steps.
Yeah, especially because like you'd have to like crane over, look down like past the railing into the floor below, and then by the time you do that at the top bar, because you're on a different level, so you'd have to be like looking down to the first level to even see who gets in there. So by that time you might see like the tail end cape of Aljin as it swishes down below beneath you and heads right to the bedrooms.
Gotcha. I think Ludo knowing it's Aljin would maybe yell, "Al, we're up here."
No response.
Oh, maybe he's not hungry.
Wouldn't you be calling him his actual name?
Oh yeah, I never remember which one.
Yeah,
which
no,
one
Like
to use.
Aljin's his actual name. Finian Wave Rider is the alias he used.
Correct.
Well, that's the one that Ludo.
But no,
would
I
yell.
love the slip up because you've been drinking and tired
Oh,
and
yeah,
eating. It makes sense. He's used both interchangeably on multiple occasions, so
Excellent, but yeah. You get no response, and then that's like when the plate of food gets served right in front of you. Oh, BSB, another 2 copper per bowl.
like that, Ludo spent his money.
Ludo will pay up.
Excellent.
He'll pay for Saeryn's and Keurig's.
Oh, thank you, buddy. You're all right. He starts to a mouthful of food already chowing in.
You said that's 2 each, 2 copper each.
Yeah. All right, and then Finian, you just go and settle down.
Yep. Go right to, or try fall asleep. Just lay down and get ready. Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right. With that, you'll cut back over to Morgan, making her way down towards the Slayer's Stake. Now, what would you be looking for there?
So she is going into the Slayer's Stake to inquire about some potion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as you walk in, you are greeted by some of the members of the Slayer's Stake. You see there's that large minotaur there, like not wearing like any armors. It's like chest crossed with a bunch of different scars, and has like a giant massive axe wielded on the side. And they say, "Oh, if they're looking for potions, Zanzibar's the one you want to talk to."
Yes, I believe I've met Zanzibar once before.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a pleasure to see them once again.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And yeah, you're able to go find it in the shop and find the creepy little goblin gnome that's covered in like black robes, small, like decrepit, like the white hair like piling out of the hood. And they're just like, "Ah, yes. What can I help you with?"
Hello. I was told that you would be the one I would speak to looking for some potions, yes?
Yeah, some potions. What type of potions, may I inquire? We can see what we have in stock.
I am specifically looking for some healing potions. You see, my group is heading on into the Betrayer's Rise tomorrow.
The Betrayer's
I
Rise.
need to stock.
Oh dear. Well then, you can just spend all of the gold you have, because you won't be needing it tomorrow.
You know, that's not actually a bad idea. I don't know what gold's gonna do for me down there.
I didn't know that the Tuscan was letting expeditions back in.
There's been somewhat of a special exception. Are you aware how the other group got in earlier today?
There has been some rumors and disturbances about that. My friend, was just telling me about that. And you see off on the side, there's like a little, like a tabaxi fella. Just like slim, small, slender, with like, and they have like this weird, like little piece of like metal tube hanging at their side and like slung across their back. And they just give like a little curt nod over and said they told me that the other party had ran in. And they had presented some jewel or artifact in the door that has never been opened and let them enter.
Yes, it appears they walked right through the front door, so...
You don't have
we're
any
going
such
to
artifacts, do you?
Oh,
And
I
they-
don't have any that are tied to 3 gods, no.
That's what it takes, eh? And then they start writing down like some like notes, just like really interesting. Yes.
Yes. But anyway, those healing potions. Do you have any for
Yes.
me?
Healing potions. Those are in popular demand here in the city. It is hard to keep them in stock, with all of the dangerous demon attacks. But let us see what we have.
I imagine in a city like this, people might be drinking them down like they're water.
Yes. Luckily, it seems the alchemist has come in recently. I have here, and they pull out this little chest and unstop a bunch of little, and like the little foam pad thing they open up, and you see there's small, like 4 little tiny red vials. And then there is 2 slightly like bigger ones, and then there's one that's like a large, like very bulbous. And they say, yes, I have 4 regular potions of healing. I have 2 of these that are greater. And then this one is a little bit more superior.
All right, and how much for each type?
Let's see, I believe the regular ones have to go for normally, regularly, individually, 75 gold per regular potion. The greater ones. He checks his little list behind the bar that has a little cheat sheet. Those ones are a little bit more valuable. The greater ones would go for about 200 apiece. And then the superior, why, those ones are very hard to come by, very, very rare indeed. And that one would be 500 gold pieces.
Okay.
But
Well,
we could always barter in, bulk, or if you have anything worth trade. Or take any jobs, want to go get some pelts.
well, perhaps a job at some point, but I think right now some simple coin exchange might be the best fit for me. May I have all 4 of the base variety and 1 of the graders?
So that'd be 300, about 500. And is there anything you'd like to bargain for that?
I don't have anything that I'd like to part with at the moment, except for some gold.
Never goes out of style, no. That would be about 500 gold pieces.
It's a deal. 500 it is.
Okay. And you see they hastily, look and shake, and then you hear a Minotaur come up from the other room, just like, "Oh, you'll get the barter next time." And the goblin looks a little defeated. It's just like, more money for me.
All right, well, this is what I've come here for. I guess I should be going. I'm getting rather tired. I've got a long day tomorrow.
Nice, yeah, and you take one little sleep around the room, just like the little collection of odd, assortments. There's the Minotaur, there's just what looks like almost like a ladrin of sort, some weird summer elf of the Fae with their hair pulled back in a tight bun, just this glowing, glistening gold armor. You see that Tabaxi leaning against the wall, just looking at everyone as well. Once again, there's little metal tubes on their sides. You see a couple bards over in the corner dancing up around on the tables, doing a little jaunty tune. All sorts of collection of dead creature memorabilia, other magical weapons, artifacts. And you make your way.
Yeah, I just head back to the ready room at this point, and if I happen to catch any of my party members, might go have a drink with them, have a bowl of food, whatever.
Excellent. All right, yeah, make you head back, let you get caught up with them. When you get into the inn, would you head up to the upstairs?
Yeah, I think I'd head upstairs first and just kind of see who's out and about.
Excellent. Yeah, you take the little winch up. Your old legs not doing the climb, and end up and see Saeryn and Ludo still sitting at the bar, I imagine. Or would you guys be? This probably be right when they're finishing up their meals.
Yeah, we'd still be at the bar. Morgen, welcome. Would you like a pint?
Actually, Ludo, a pint sounds amazing right now.
Bartender, a pint for my friend here, please.
Right up. Yep. Another silver.
Absolutely. Morgen, you hungry?
I'm quite famished, actually. I haven't eaten since... Well, I don't remember. Yeah, it's been a minute. Let's get...
Yeah, you Easy enough. Any copper and any drinks, feel free to, I'll trust y'all be honest on whatever you think you would be spending. Merriment catching up, I'll let y'all do whatever.
I'm even throwing a little bit of tip in there, too.
Morgen, good to see you again. Did you get all your preparations complete?
Yes, I've gotten all of my preparations done. I had to go get my bird back, and I've got us some potions as well for tomorrow.
Jacqueline has rejoined us.
Oh, yeah, so what do we got? And they just come start pecking in.
Oh, there you are, Jacqueline.
Yeah, they just fly over, go, and just like start smashing into the food. Grabbing out the little meat bits out of the stew.
The bartender comes out and starts swinging a broom.
Hey,
I'm
not
gonna
at
give
the
the
bar, not at the
bartender
bar.
just a gold piece for the trouble, you know.
I ain't cleaning any of that up. Poops
I'll
on the
take
bar,
care of
it's
it.
on you. Yeah.
Morgen, this is my new friend here, Keurig.
Nice to meet
Keurig.
you.
Nice to meet you. The name is Morgen Megen.
Pleasure.
Keurig here works at the blacksmith.
Like they say, life is pain.
That's what I've heard. Over and over and over
Does
again.
say it a lot. It does grate on you after a while, I do have to admit.
It's catchy.
It is a fun catchphrase, It's like one of those. It's like his thing, and he has to say it. But he's a really cheerful guy. Really, really cheerful. He's amazing with any sort of ore, metal, gems.
I wandered into the smithy the other night, and I was impressed at his technique. And he was friendly and willing to have a conversation. So, seemed like a good guy in my book.
Pretty rare in this city. Well, yeah, I mean, I was going through a tough time and was a bit of a stinker till this young, blue-haired, elf-looking fella, came and talked me out of a bad funk, and that's how I ended up over at Jorl's.
What did this fellow look like?
He describes Aljin.
I think I might know that fella.
I owe him a lot. Really, really helped turn me around.
Yeah, well, I think you owe me a lot. He looks at the empty ale mugs in front of him.
Hey, it's just between friends here, right?
I'm just joshing you. Always welcome good company for drinking.
Yeah, you guys are all right.
Likewise, friend.
So yeah, you just catch. There's some people come and go throughout the night as an hour or so passes. You guys are able to relax, take your time, share any other stories, any moments. Start figuring out any plans, preparations.
So, Keurig, I know you're relatively new to the blacksmith business, but you mentioned that my armor looks pretty scuffed up. What improvements would you suggest making?
Looks a little loud. If you have any mithril, barely help quiet it up. Making them or any magical enchantment. Silver to help ward off any the demons, or if you have any need any silver weapons. Mostly you probably just need better armor, like plate mail.
Well, that's some good advice.
Yeah, what type is that? What do you wear, like chainmail or something?
What do I wear?
Because I think the next biggest upgrade is plate mail,
Yes.
which is 5,000 gold or something standard.
Yeah, I wear
It's
chainmail.
very expensive.
Well, maybe I better start saving up instead of buying new friends ales and food and bars. And he just kind of like laughs and takes another swig.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. That Joro, he's friendly and all, but, you don't get paid, unless, the commissions come in.
I understand. Morgan, you gotta try this food. Pretty delicious.
Yes, this little stew has been quite delightful. I've been spooning it in and sharing it with my little bird here too. How is it, Joaquin? Are you enjoying the stew? The little meat cubes?
Yeah, oh, so good. Oh my god. And you see there's tearing in and just bird animal noise non-vocal.
Yes,
Morgan,
he's enjoying it as well.
Morgan, I'm pretty sure I saw. He stops for a second. Finn walk in earlier. do you think he's all right? Would he like something to eat?
He was okay when I left him. He joined me up to go see Nana Zoya, and I did my ritual there, and then I told him that, she was available for him to see, and he ushered me away, and I went to go buy these potions. Aside from that, I don't know how he is or what's going on, but he was okay when I left.
Can I insight Finn through what Morgan told me and how Finn ignored me as he walked in?
It's hard to say because it's like you're trying to read, like, because you're not able to read any language or something like that. It was basically like whatever your thought and intuition would be in that moment, just because there's nothing really to gauge from extra than what you're immediately presented with,
Yeah, I guess more so just trying to see if since Ludo does know Finn, at least he thinks he does pretty well. Would he feel like Finn feels off since he didn't respond, or?
No, I would say that's up to you. You've been with him for a while. He's pretty much a happy-go-lucky guy. So I would take it as you will. When he walked in, just went straight downstairs.
Yeah, I don't want to leave it to a role when
Yeah, no, when you know him better. I mean, you've traveled with him more. You know him.
Okay.
That's an off. I would say you would know that would be an off attitude.
All right, makes sense. Well, I may go crash for the night. Could I actually get an extra bowl of this stew? I think I'm gonna try to take it to my friend and see if he's hungry.
Coming right up. Kitchen's closing soon.
Gosh dang it, spending some more money.
Let's buy 1,000 copper. Alright, and then he yells back to his sister. He says, "Alright, Prima, we're gonna need to order more of the mastodon corunt for the next night. It's the most popular dish we've ever had."
We're not going back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sarah and Morgan, remind me not to come back. Just kidding.
You know what? I will do that. Saeryn makes a mental note to not do that.
Love it. All right. You guys, let's say, Ludo, you're able to bring that down to, figure out whatever room. It's probably the same one Aljin's been in for most nights.
Yeah, it'd be the same one.
Actually,
I think Morgan was here.
yeah, I think you were here. Yeah.
Ludo was here. Saeryn was here. That goblin we may have messed with was here.
Well, because I thought Saeryn was in the room next to him because he was kicking him.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
you were
I was
you were
taking that
across the-
goblin away.
Yeah, so you were
Yeah, the
next to
goblin's
Morgen,
here.
and then Saeryn
Yeah.
was in the room, so I'm gonna be there.
Yeah.
Yep, and Saeryn was this one.
Yep. Ludo was either next to me or was out here. I don't know.
yeah.
It
I
was
think
one
we
of those two.
kind of went past
All I
it
remember
before.
is I remember what I was, I remember Morgan was, and I remember the stupid goblin was. Those are the three I remember.
I don't remember where I was, but did we share a room?
There's a good possibility we did. I'm not gonna say no because I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either. Well, regardless, I think Ludo's going to go to the room that he remembers Finn being in,
Mhm.
and just knocking on the door, like lightly, but enough to be heard.
Mm-hmm. I would say he's in the middle of a trance, so he wouldn't respond. That's like basically his sleep, his trance.
Yeah. Ludo would try the door handle anyway.
I don't know if they're locked or unlocked. He would have went in feeling pretty comfortable, knowing his friends were around him. I don't know if he would have purposefully locked the door. He would have kept it, and we never really established if there's locks on these doors. So, sure.
Yeah, they're
So-
pretty like loose curtainy looking.
Yeah, that's why I think they would be.
Ah.
I felt they were not doors.
Yeah.
They were like flaps.
But they do make a little bit of noise and rustle, you know, you
Yeah,
can tell
that's
for
fine.
like obviously like hey, some safety purposes.
Hmm.
Ludo's gonna try to open it as quietly as he can.
Hmm. You've seen him trance before. He
Yeah.
gets in a bed like he's sleeping. Like he gives the illusion of sleep. But it's it's a trance, it's the elven version of sleep. He's not like Morgan who Morgan stands, I believe. He lays
Yeah.
down, he's under covers, he's acting like he's essentially asleep.
So I think Ludo would just come in and place the stew, like if there's a surface near the bed, like a sill or a board or a little end table, or if nothing else, just on the floor nearby. And then, yeah, if there are two beds in here, I think Ludo
Yeah.
would climb into the other one.
Man, I think we did. It makes sense that we shared a room.
I think so.
I don't remember. I don't have it in my notes that we
Makes
didn't,
sense
but
to
I don't
me,
have
yeah.
it that we did. It makes sense.
You're able to do that, and I'll leave that, up to your decisions of
Yeah.
any waking or perceptions, or if you guys just go through the night.
I think Ludo's feeling pretty good. He's probably just gonna sleep.
Everyone settles down for bed.
We finally hit the long rest button.
Well, not yet.
Oh damn it!
You've been tricked again.
Ha ha ha!
Your bed is
Alright.
actually a mimic, and it eats
Oh,
you.
next
Ah,
time.
Before we jump all the way till the morning, I think I want to ask everyone roll a D20.
These are all great rolls,
And-
guys.
God.
These are all clean rolls. Oh,
I rolled a
from Ludo.
1.
I'll roll a 4. Sarah.
Oh, look at Morgan Megen with her double digits.
Oh, wow.
Sarah,
Fancy.
rolls-
Fat
How's
time.
it feel being a fancy elf? I think I forget, but shit.
I have this this feeling right now of like, like it's just like being the know-it-all. It's like, oh yeah, I have a 10.
It's weird. It's weird with the 10 that no one notices the whole place burning and us dying.
Campaign.
Aloysia decided to light the building on fire rather than go with us.
Easiest solutions. No. First thing, here's what happens. What would Morgan be thinking of first on the mind, and then what would her dream immediately take form of as she goes through the trance.
So I think what's on her mind is something that, like Nana Zoya pointed out, was the getting this door to open is going to require pulling on like the strings of fate of 3 different gods. And knowing like what she has connections with, she's looking at sort of like playing with that idea in her head and, just trying to come up with ways with maybe like her party and just to kind of see exactly how she thinks that would play out. That kind of being said, I think there's also this kind of, I guess, picture of, um, her brother kind of coming in as well, and just memories of home too.
Just like thinking back, old Shadowfell times, like when you're just like going through the old churches and temples and dungeons and looking for the lost knowledge, the things that get forgotten that absorb into the Shadowfell as it ever expands and claimed by the Raven Queen. And just I think that is especially like the nature of magic and rituals where your patron god, the Raven Queen, the matron of ravens, performed what could be called the ritual. Something where a mortal superseded the powers of gods when they actively walked the earth and were part of the realm. An event that many actually led to believe was not a determining or major factor that led to what led into the War of the Betrayal Gods, the Calamity, but definitely had to been some catalyst of what we call the Betrayer Gods having resentment towards mortals who killed one of their kin and took their place. But that's just some heavy lore that just weighs on your shoulders, and you're thinking back to that time with your brother and just all of those cryptic comments of fate that he would make throughout your time in history together, and just like these weird things that you'd be sitting there and he would be mentioning something about like the smell of brine and salt water sure can be refreshing, and you're just like, that's nonsense. But now in your travels with Aljin, the Wave Rider, or just like the gleaming the plate and the zealot, just like the power of faith and the paladins could have, and you think of Ludo and the little comments of good luck every now and then. He'd be like, you'll find your own good luck charm, stuff like that. While you're having those dreams, next we'll move down into Aljin. What would your nightly in your trance, what would you be thinking of? Are you in a trance?
Yeah, he's in trance. It's a chaotic mess at this point. It's a lot of things pushing and pulling. It's a door that opens to a multitude of like paths, and it basically zooms in on 2 paths, and one path is this group of people he's with and helping them and moving with them. The other one is his family and going through there, and it's this swirling of emotions of trying to figure out which way to go and what to do at this point. And he's not mentally trying to figure it out, but it's sort of like subconsciously trying to figure out what's going on, and a path sort of shows itself to him, and he's ready to go wherever it leads him at this point.
And I think at that point, it's like the doors that open up into that scape, and then you see, as you look beyond that horizon, it kind of fades into the endless scape of the ocean that drifts on either side, forever expanding into either direction. And you feel the push and the pull of the tides, and you hear the voice, and all it says is, "He faced the decisions like this one time. It was never for us. Tell him where to go. It's for you to decide." That open, buoying ocean. And then from there, we will cut to Saeryn next.
Oh boy.
Getting low, y'all. No. What is, it's the same thing as you're drifting off to sleep. The first foremost thoughts on the head, and then what that first taking immediate dream looks like as, sleep takes you.
I think he's having trouble falling asleep because as soon as he starts to lose consciousness, he gets the feeling that he's back on that bridge and snaps back to, and then has to grab the mattress and is like, okay, you're not dying, you're fine, you're in a hotel room, it's fine, you're in a tavern, you're in a good spot, we're safe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just okay, focus on okay, maybe I just need some water. And I don't know, maybe he brought a glass with him, or he'll pull his water skin out and take a big swig of that, and kind of
douse off the sweat.
Swing his legs over the bed, and you're just kind of like, okay, this isn't working so well. Maybe I should have had more to drink. And then I think eventually it gets late enough that eventually just passes out.
Yeah, so it just takes you a little bit back and forth, and a little bit extra help. And it is, I think, also finding that comfortable position. All these recent wounds on your bottom, your side, the rips and tears into you, the number of scars and battle wounds you've gotten from this party. And you're just thinking about the time and luck. As you drifting off into sleep, would it be a nice dream or a bad dream?
That looks bad.
Bad.
Man.
Roll 1d2. I mean, you flipped the coin and it said, all right. Yeah, I think instead of the terrors here at this time and back on the bridge and these wounds and these moments, you think back to when you were younger and you would get into more crazy shenanigans up to whatever, Myriad-esque tasks. You're into Marquette, hopping around different towns or sailing around. This is a moment where you are trying to run and hide from somebody or something, or you're trying to hide something. And I need you to give me a couple descriptions of a vague, someone that would be after you, and what you would what the consequence is if you fail in this moment. And it's a moment from your past that you're reliving.
All right. So there's two ways for me to fail this. There's two ways for this mission to go wrong. One, if I jump out of this window and I break my leg, and then they catch me, then I'm fucked. All right. But if I also don't deposit this box at the dead drop, if anyone sees me while I do it, then I'm fucked. So, I'm going out this window.
Excellent. And it's that same, like, you feel it's like that jerk in that bed where you go and just toss and leap yourself out the window with the glass shattering. And, yeah, remembering those pressures, those deadlines. This is like when you're young, you know, young satyr and you're still trying to, like, figure out what you're what you're doing. And, maybe this was, in the time when, like, you peeked in the box and you found some of these arcane writings and you're able to start teaching yourself some of these things.
Copy this down on a napkin real quick, and then there goes another drop.
Mm-hmm. But in this time in the dream, when you land, you look and you scramble, and then you lose your balance again, and you're still falling through those mists once more. And then you look down and you see the wide jaws of a demon coming up to snatch you. And as you fall into it, they close shut, and you snap awake.
Oh. All right, maybe I should check my water skin and reboil it. Ugh.
But yeah, it'll toss and turn throughout the night. And then, Ludo. What is going on with Ludo?
So before Ludo climbs into the bed, he kind of kneels beside the bed and does his nightly prayer. He says, Avandra, Lady of Luck and Mistress of Change, as the day draws to a close, I come before you with a heart full of gratitude. Thank you for guiding my steps and blessing me with your divine presence throughout this day. As I prepare to surrender to the embrace of sleep, I ask for your continued protection and guidance throughout the night. Watch over me, Avandra, and grant me peaceful dreams filled with hope and inspiration. May your luck and favor accompany me as I journey through the realms of sleep. Grant me the strength to face the challenges that tomorrow may bring, and may your wisdom illuminate my path with clarity and purpose. In your divine presence I find solace and strength, knowing that you are ever by my side, guiding me with your gentle hand. May your blessings shower upon me and my friends as we rest, renewing our spirits and rejuvenating our souls for the adventures that await us tomorrow. With a grateful heart, I offer this prayer to you, Avandra, trusting in your boundless grace and unwavering love. Amen. And he climbs into bed and rests pretty peacefully. I think he's feeling pretty good after having a few pints, and his belly's full.
Well done. That is very nice, sir.
Oh, thanks. I was writing that as you guys were doing your dreams.
I will say, I imagine like after like the first like minute or two, I think maybe you see Aljin kind of toss or turn a little bit in his sleep, as a little extended.
So I think Ludo, subconsciously, he does feel like a little bit of that distress. Yeah, we all need to write monologues. He felt some of that distress from Finn, from Al, and I think subconsciously that is kind of bothering him, but he's just kind of reflecting upon the day, and as he falls asleep, I think he's taken back to the scene at Den Hythenos when they're trying to sneak around, and then eventually it does turn into that conflict, and Finn, Aljin, whatever his name is at that point, whenever Ludo is trying to rescue him and he's under the control of, was it Kieran who had him under control?
No, it was Hythenos.
It was the Hythenos.
Marin, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that dickwad. Yeah, so he dreams about that moment, and in that moment, the outcome is slightly different, because in the real events, Ludo went down, was beaten up pretty badly, but in the dream, Ludo actually succeeds and ends up taking out the Hythenos guy and taking out everyone and kind of like redeeming himself in that moment. However, Finn doesn't break from the spell, and just kind of like brushes Ludo off and continues to leave.
And you feel that, yeah, just that moment of the tension as you're replaying out that scene, because you've had the similar style dream where you replay out those most traumatic, heavy, blood spilled moments and reflecting on the things that you did and accomplished what you could have done more, the things that you want to redeem yourself for, the failures you've had, and just attempting to do better the next time, as you've mentioned.
Yeah, and in that moment, in that dream, he felt like he did do what he needed to do, but he still failed somehow, and he doesn't know how. And his friend is still, leaving, whether he's under the control of someone else or under his own accord. He doesn't know. He just doesn't get it. I mean, it's a dream, but at the same time, it's still going to affect him.
Moment plays
not
out.
that he knows any of the other stuff going on with Finn yet, but he can feel the distress, and I think that affects him enough to have that kind of dream.
Yeah. I think with all that, you all fitfully toss and turn. You have these dreams, these moments of reflections, these things that are on your mind, and powerful emotions and memories and thoughts that dwell towards these different divine powers that seem to be holding sway. I think in your dream, Ludo, your mind wanders and flits to the visions of you've seen the images of the hero, Elixion, the Arpathion, the person that has appeared, the brown curly hair, and just like that resemblance of putting the bearing on your shoulders, the weight of duty, responsibility, feeling of failure, and having to keep pushing forward no matter what. Saeryn, you have that reflections back to your hometown, or whatever hometown that you would stay at. The little pirate ports that you would hang out at in the taverns, and the tricks and different obstacles that you would have to face all by yourself, wandering alone but getting by. And then that feeling of when luck took over your life, when that coin found its way into your possession at the end of that one gambling session, the one lady with the long flowing hair passing off to you that, and then now you ended up here, and you fitfully toss and turn. And Morgen, you think back to the time in the Shadowfell, the preparations you would take for this, the different responsibilities and rites of consecrations that you would have to do. You think back to the fortress of memories that was being mentioned earlier, where everything, all the knowledge flows, and then you had your direct missive from the Matron of Ravens herself that one time. I think Aljin would be the first one to wake up, because you passed out pretty early with your trance, right?
Yeah, it was as soon as I got in. So they might have been eating or drinking and everything. So at least a little bit earlier than everybody else. Well, a lot earlier than the two non-elves.
Yes.
At least 4 hours earlier than the two non-elves.
Yes.
He shakes from his dream, looks, sees the food, sees Ludo, kind of swings his feet over, picks up the food, even cold. He'll just eat it, thinking. Then he stands and he walks out of the room, just heading out onto the town. He's done it many times where he would go out and collect rocks, or he'd go out and do something, but he walks out and leaves the area, or leaves the inn, and goes for another little walk, trying to figure out what's going on, feeling the stress of what to do. His grandmother is gone, is not gone, but is fading. There's a solution. His friends are going into mortal danger. What to do? He finds himself in front of the Slayer's stake, remembering that he could pick up some supplies there, remembering that they're sort of, pay for hire type people. And he walks in and finds the potion dealer, and not knowing Morgan's already done this, asks her for potions and telling her that there's only like 2 left, a greater and a superior, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there'd be one greater, one superior.
Yeah. Thinking about it, he grabs the one superior, or the one greater, for 200.
Oh yeah.
Correct? Are my numbers correct?
One greater,
I wrote
yeah,
some
it
stuff
should be
down.
200. Yep.
Doesn't even haggle him down. Just takes it and
Lets out a huff, just like, no, it's no fun. Okay, you just,
I just need to move on.
and yeah, so you look around the room, notice all the same people, the
Yeah.
Minotaurs, like, rising up a little groggy. There's not too many other people around. You see that, like, that tabaxi I mentioned to Morgan earlier. You see a couple other goblins and a kobold running around.
Sits at a table, pulls his cloak of billowing off, and puts in it a potion of greater healing, a potion of heroism, a potion of water breathing, a note. He wraps it up, walks over to a tabaxi who's half asleep on his arms, looks up and sort of talks to him, has a rundown of who he needs to go speak with, tells him of an older lady named Morgen, and a satyr, and an armored, what he would call a knight. He needs to go speak with them, and he hands that person 50 gold and says he needs to go with him, keep him safe, protect them. And there's more where that came from. That's the down payment. Let them know that he'll get his share from the rest of the team.
All right.
Making sure he understands. Oh, there's more.
Yeah. Yeah.
He understands. He leaves and heads to the barracks. If anybody's around, he'll knock on the door. If anybody's around, he wants to speak with whoever's in
Baron
charge.
would be
at the point.
awake. Baron would be there and awake.
Baron. He'll walk in and say, Tascan, the other Ashari that was in here, the Karen, is he still in custody?
Yes, I believe so. You're very early, young wave rider.
Yeah, I don't really sleep that long. Yeah. I'm surprised you're awake. You were up pretty. Anyway, you had a long day along with us.
Work never ends in the city.
I understand. Can I take some off your hands? Is Kieran being charged with anything, or is he free to leave, or can I pay for whatever? I'm going to take him out of town.
You want to take him?
Yes.
What are your intentions?
We're going back home, I think, for a little bit. We might be back. I might be back later, but he probably won't be.
What? Any I think sees within insight. Not to prior ask more questions.
No,
He says, if that is your wish, we, and had there was no formal charge to keep him here, just no one to, come pay whatever was deeded. But if you're bringing him back home, I think we can, if you get him out of this godforsaken city, maybe the light will bless him once more.
Yeah, he puts down 25 gold. He goes, I don't know if that covers anything, but
You'll need that for your travels, trust me.
well, thank you.
Do you have any means of getting back home?
We'll find that out when I get Kieran. Maybe he has a way. If not, then we're just going to be traveling in the open seas. I know those pretty well. We both actually do. But we might not be going directly to seas first. We might be heading somewhere else.
So you're not going into the expedition?
No, they're not going. No, there's going to be someone join their party. I already added the stake. He'll head in with them. And if we see again, I hope they're back in one piece.
Yep. You just hear Varen under his head, just like, more paperwork. I will meet him later.
I apologize. He puts 10 more gold down. He puts 10 gold down. He's like, I'm sorry.
Well, may the light bless you in your travels, Aljin Wave Rider.
May the Moonweaver shine down on you.
And he goes out and shakes your hand, and he says, you really do remind me of my little brother Essek.
I hope that's a compliment.
Time will tell.
When Karen comes back up, he sort of looks at him and says, all right, it's we have one mission to go before we get back home, and then I think we just gotta make sure we get this one thing. Let's just get out of town.
Follow
and
you,
figure out
laddie.
how we're gonna.
Yeah, he comes out very wild-eyed, his hair all disarrayed. Definitely looks like he hasn't really been able to shower or be much more than like a jail cell for the last, night.
Yeah. Well, let's just head out quickly. And he sort of pulls him out of town. They'll figure it out as they go. Not knowing his level, I was like sort of hoping, man, maybe he's one of those druids that knows how to like open trees up. But like, no way he's at that level because I fought him. So early in the morning, they head out of town.
And heads right out.
This is a hard decision, y'all. I tend as a player will go over storyline more than what I know is going to happen, and this was a very hard decision for me. And I didn't want to like spend so much. We spent a lot of time on story right now.
I think it's going crazy.
But
I love it as Ray. I hate it.
yeah, you guys are going to hate it later on too. Aljin and they leave. Not overly quickly. Aljin does look back and sort of says a little prayer. Oh, I missed one thing. He does in the satchel that he gives to the tabaxi. He has 2 more pendants of the Moonweaver of Saeryn. He says a prayer into it. In no way after Ray's am I going to attempt one prayer at all. He says in his head a little prayer into it and puts it in there in the little satchel and seals it up and gives it to the tabaxi before he leaves the Slayer's stake.
Yeah, I'll say whatever you want or need to be in there can be in there.
Yep.
All right.
And that's it for Aljin's move at that point. To be continued.
All right. So we cut back to the ready room from there, where shortly, and probably in the next hour or so after that, Morgen would be waking up. And then we'll say in the next, 3 or 4 hours after that, you would have in the morning to kill Morgen before Ludo and Saeryn start to get awake.
I think she kind of spends the wee hours of the morning kind of preparing her spells and taking into consideration the choices that she thinks that she's going to need to make within the next day or so. And after she sort of collects herself with her like personal meditations, she'll head down to the where she can get some breakfast, I think, and sort of just like um keep an eye out not only for like any of her party members but also for Aloysia as well, expecting her to be tagging along in this mission too.
Oh yeah, and I'll say you start getting whatever, it's just pretty much anything that you think you need to get done in that time. He's keeping an eye out, and you do see Aloysia, the fellow elf, is also up and about pretty early. They eventually come wandering into the ready room and do a little browse around, get himself a little bowl of whatever, like rice and like Kurundi stew that they're serving. And she says, well, looks like we need to wait on the lazy dozers.
Yes, it's
Sometimes a curse
kind of
being an elf.
funny. Yes, a blessing and a curse for sure.
You're up before everyone else, but you still have to wait on them before you can get anything done.
What do you like to spend this free time in doing?
Oh, knitting.
Knitting. I spend a lot of my free morning time practicing my craft. Actually, I've been working on my knots lately. And she'll kind of like kind of show her wrist. She's just got like a simple string, just knotted a few times over there. They look fairly nice, but nothing special.
Ah, nice. It's always good to have a nice knot handy, or a good way to know how to get out of it if you ever find yourself in a tangle. Mostly I actually spend my time reading any sort of ancient histories, arcane studies, things of that nature. The older back, the more knowledge you can find, usually, before it gets too tainted.
So, with many ancient languages, I assume you speak more than one, or at least can read more than one?
Yes, that's one of my talents.
That's good to know. I myself don't know very many. Just common, elven, undercommon.
It's not a bad list.
It's not a bad one, no. But certainly anything older than these is quite a valuable talent to have, I suppose.
Yes, especially once you start getting back into the time of Primordial. Back when the Titans ruled the world. Do you know that the red moon wasn't always there?
This is not a fact that I knew. As you might have guessed, I'm not exactly from this plane of existence, and we had no other moon in mind.
Yes, that's would be the case. It does seem to be pretty singular to prime material. Either way, seems some things about it that people have rather have kept hidden in secret. And hopefully some of those secrets are in that Betrayer's Rise.
What do you know of the world before the Red Moon?
Not much. All we know is reports of times that predate the schism, even. Back when it was not even betrayer gods and prime deities, back when they were just titans and gods. There's only mentions of one moon then. That
So when you
belonged
say
to
you're
Saeryn.
looking... Oh. So the information you seek is very ancient indeed then, yes?
Any information about it, but in the Betrayer's Rise particularly, there was a hero. It's the legend of the Revenant of Avandra. He wielded the powers of the Red Moon. So anything we know about him, the more we learn. To learn how to wield that power for ourselves.
Well,
As
I just realized that Aljin is not with us now.
yeah, and I'll say at that point, Ludo and Saeryn would probably be starting to get ready and awake. And, Ludo, if you're waking up, you first immediately notice Aljin not there.
Yeah, he'd look around and see if the food bowl has been touched.
Oh my god, that last scene was
Still
so hard to fucking roleplay without crying. Oh, doing this to us. But yeah,
so Ludo looks and sees that the bowl is empty, that Aljin ate the food out of it. So he's kind of like, feels good about that. And he knows that Aljin only needs that 4-hour trance, so he's sure he's out and about doing his thing, doing his Aljin thing.
You guys want to know something that's going to hurt? I'm not putting this on the GM lair.
No.
It's deleted, baby.
Wait, what's deleted?
The Aljin token.
Aljin disappeared.
I did not hide that on GM lair.
Just deleted.
Oh, we got it still somewhere, but yeah.
It's somewhere.
You guys are able to meet up
tokens.
wherever you need. Yeah, that's. I'm just being dramatic. But you make your way out, and you can gather up where you see Morgen talking with Aloysia by herself, or just the two of them.
Sure. I think Ludo would do like a morning stretch and just kind of like prepare himself. And then, head out. Run into Morgen and Aloysia. Good morning, Morgen. Aloysia.
It's good to see you again, Ludo. Good morning.
I hope you rested well.
I did. It's nice to kind of get a little bit of a rest after a long day.
I'm assuming we can hit long rest.
Yes, everyone can hit long rest now.
Boom.
All right. All right.
Morgen, have you seen Finn? Ludo's looking around.
I've not. You're the only one that I've seen so far, other than Aloysia.
All right. Yeah, and you guys take your look around and you don't see him anywhere?
He's probably out for a morning stroll. He knows I have to sleep a lot longer than he does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, about that time, you all would see, I believe it was, you said it was, Baxi?
Yeah, Tabaxi. I think anybody perceptive enough would notice a little on the older side. Grain around the muzzle and the eyes, like a yellow tiger stripe almost. Look, covered in leather, holding a black satchel. Looks around and spots two, I think, of the people that he's looking for. Is Arlo up, or is he still in bed at this point?
Saeryn has not been informed he is awake, therefore is not awake. Also,
sort of wondering.
I distinctly remember that I fell asleep last because I was terrified of falling asleep. So yeah, I'm still in bed. I haven't moved my token at all.
Okay. Sort of walking and looking around, spotting these two out of the three people, and he is going to go on. He wants to make this statement once, and he's not going to do it twice. So he's going to go over. I think Morgen would recognize him from the Slayer's stake, not being introduced to him, but he goes over the side and not very obviously looking over toward the table, not ordering anything, just sitting down. So he would be like, if you guys are like here, he would be like over on the other side, but not trying to hide anything. Of him just making a look over at you guys.
Morgan, Ludo do the quick looks around, and then Saeryn, you're able to wake up if you want and join them.
Yeah, I think Saeryn is like straight. That was the worst. I hated all of it. All right, better day. We have a better day than the dream. Okay. And yeah, he'll meet up with everybody else, who I'm guessing is over there somewhere. Token, go.
Yeah.
Go token.
Go power token.
Yeah. He's itty bitty.
There
Is
we
he
are.
that big?
It's one that came to me.
Is he little? I will have to find you one that is. Oh, me, look at the sizing.
Oh
I
no.
think he was a small. He should have been a medium character. I will. Let me look, see what I picked.
Yeah, because he takes up 4 in that. There's that.
Sizing
If you guys see that.
Nope. He's a small character. Okay, cool. Nah, that's
See
not
a small
right.
tabaxi.
He has to be medium, because that can't.
We'll
be
fix
right.
it.
I'll have to fix it. I'll get you a better token that is not a teeny tiny little token.
Oh gosh, it's a Jiminy style token where it's centered weirdly.
It should be centered. Yeah, it is centered very weirdly. I will get you a better token.
Yeah, I'd have to
for
lock him
this.
in the corner myself.
Yeah, I'll get you a better token. He's a medium creature.
Actually,
not a tiny little boy.
Yeah, because we'll make it work. It's like this. Good enough.
I can live with that. I can live with that for now.
I will get you a better token.
It don't matter. But yeah.
He doesn't know his name is Saeryn. His name is Arlo.
Yeah.
I gotta say it in my head. I gotta say it not in my head out loud, because I'll say Saeryn because your name's down the bottom of my screen that says Saeryn.
Let me get some morning music.
Seeing that you guys are all there, you see this tabaxi walk up, all covered in leather, holding. I think Ludo would probably notice it being Aljin's cloak, and he puts it down and just sort of looks at you and just doesn't say anything but slides it to Ludo. And sits down next to you, like sits down at the bar with you. A 12 insight. He's not hiding anything. He's not aggressively showing anything, but I think with 12 insight, you would realize this is Aljin's cloak. Who's the one he got in the chamber where you found the baby, I believe, is where you got that cloak. And he's been wearing it mostly billowing because that's what it does. But he hands it. He sort of pushes it off and like sits back, crosses his arms, and looks at you, waiting for you to open and sort of like inspect.
Yeah, Ludo would reach for it. Yeah, yeah, I saw that earlier. The name is blanked.
Yeah, when he left town, I blanked his name.
I thought it was a graphical glitch with
No,
Roll20,
No,
and then I just changed my name and realized, oh.
No, I deleted it.
It's why I can't assign the token yet. I just realized.
Yep, you can't. Not yet. Not until I make the name.
Yeah, Ludo would reach for the cloak, and I think he would be a little bit confused, but then look at the tabaxi and where did you get this?
You just sort of sitting. If you opened it, the first thing you would notice when you open it is there is a letter folded, along with 3 potions and Owl's medallion that you would notice, along with again his cloak.
I think he would ask that before he opened it, but then open
Actually,
it
would just
before...
tap it. Would just tap it, not say anything.
All right. Well, Ludo would open it up and see that note and the potions.
Okay.
Grab the note and open it up.
Okay. In Al's handwriting, it is to my friends. I didn't want to leave in this fashion, but I have found out that my grandmother is quite sick, and I cannot live without seeing her again. I found a way to maybe help her, and if I can, I will return. To each of my friends, Morgen, take the health potion. You were always the best healer. Ludo, for you, I give you take the potion of heroism, because you have been a hero to me through our journeys together. Arlo, please take this potion of water breathing, because you can't see for shit underwater or in dirt or in gravel or anything that's better than a strong wind. And I apologize for leaving. I did not leave you without any protection. This gentleman here, I hired from the Slayer's stake to go with you. And that is it. Your friend Aljin. I meant to write something better, but I was like, no, I'll just wing it. And then I'm like, he has to have. I did have a potion of water breathing that has to go to Arlo because he can't see a crap.
That's great.
Saeryn reads that part, just like, what does that have to do with breathing underwater?
Because it goes with vision too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that lets me see.
Yeah. And after you guys all read, you look back at the back. He's like, looks at you and goes, well, then this guy came and paid me, and I guess I'm supposed to follow you guys into the big doors up. Wow, that was weird. The big doors up front. So here's the thing. My name is Mox, and I'm just going to protect you until the money runs out. He paid me and told me there's a retainer coming up, and yeah. Nice to meet you all. And points at hits his mic. Points at Morgen, goes, you must be Morgen? And looks at Arlo, goes, Arlo Morningwood, correct? I believe that's it. This is a weird mix between where I want it to be and where it's going to go. So give me a couple minutes to figure out the accent. It will get there.
Well, I haven't had 18 episodes to work on it yet?
No, I haven't had 18 episodes working on it. I had today to figure out which way I'm gonna go. and I was hoping to go a little more brogue than that, but it did not turn out that way.
I love him already.
Hey, listen,
Yeah.
you don't need just one accent. You can
No,
have
it's
like
okay.
7
Multiple.
accents, same character voice. That's what I do.
Yeah. Before I nail this down, we will go all over the map, my friends. Probably southern a little bit at one point. But looks at you guys and sort of gives out all your names and looks at Ludo and goes, and Ludo. Wow, that went completely different than I wanted to go. I gotta go. Hold on, guys, a second.
Got to get the trigger words going.
Yeah, you gotta get the trigger words going and say brogue and say mox, and then you get back into like a little more of the brogue side of it, but it's still not gonna work. So it's gonna change again. It's gonna go to this probably at one point.
Yep, love it.
Technically, do the sending spell.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I'm gonna be hanging out with you until at least we go into the Betrayer's Rise, and oh yeah, I was told that the retainer for his name's Aljin was going to go to me, so I don't know what that cost was, but it seemed pretty substantial.
Yes, it's going to be a 200 gold pieces.
Deception.
Was it 800?
Roll deception.
It was 1,000, right?
No, I think it was 1,000 each, but it was 200 up front.
Yeah. Aljin told him 800 because I'm.
Well, shit.
Yeah.
So
you can roll
Aljin
deception.
got paid
I'm gonna lie to you
200
anyway.
to not
Yeah,
go
ahead,
into
roll it.
Betrayer's Rise. Is what just
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, Aljin got paid 200 to not go in Betrayer's Rise, and I will happily give you my character name now. There you go. I'm gonna roll an insight because I gotta roll something on this character now. A 15. That's very funny, but Aljin only told me it was 800 at the end of the adventure.
Oh. So we did.
I do like the hustle though, Allah.
Well, you don't get as far as I have without a little bit of hustle. Well, if you have so much hustle, why don't you go ahead and tell us about yourself, Mox? I can see you're another furry friend of ours.
Oh yes. Funny. I don't know if I'm actually gonna do that because this is just a job to me, and you're just the clients at this point, and that's all I'm really gonna talk to you about. I don't really want to be friends. Until the money runs out, I'll hang out here with you.
I'm gonna look over at Ludo and Morgen. I like this guy. Straightforward, straight shooter, straight as an arrow. There's a lot of things going in a line with this guy.
Yeah.
Where did-
Yeah.
Where's Aljin?
Oh, that he didn't tell me. He just said he had to leave town. He did mention a friend in the barracks he was going to pull out, but besides that, he was just saying he had to go.
Has he already left?
Oh,
Did you see him leave?
I saw him leave the Slayer's stake, and then I immediately stopped caring. He paid me. I made my career. The cost that he gave me is to go with you into this, and then the money afterwards is what I'm extremely. Who is bankrolling in this adventure anyway?
Saeryn ignores that whole question. He immediately goes over to Ludo and Morgen. Guys, that sounds way too much like the love potion thing. Did he get potioned?
Maybe.
Well, then he's run over some wench.
Mox was it?
Oh yes, Mox.
Mox. What do you care who bankrolls it? You don't care about anything else other than when the
If
money
it
stops.
matters, I'm the bankroller on this one. Elisha raises her hand, just like looking on over interestedly.
That's excellent. I'm very excited to go out here. I've never actually been to the Rise. A lot of people talk about it. No one from the stake has actually been in there. I happened to be the lucky one that was at the front table when young Aljin came walking in, so I was the, I guess, the short straw. Everybody's very, very jealous of me, and I'm very excited about that. I think me and you looking at Aloysia goes, "We're gonna be very good friends if you can afford." And he looks at it, goes, "I think my math's right, about 4,000 gold apiece. I think we'll have a very, very good relationship."
Yeah, she's gonna make a little perception check. Are your weapons visible?
The visible weapons are a longbow and a crossbow.
Gotcha.
Are the visibles?
Are there any non-visibles for a 17 perception?
For a 17, oh, you should also see a
And then a
17,
19 from Saeryn.
Yeah, she would see a blowgun on his hip, and also a long stick with like a sling attached to one end of it.
If it's a thing from Whitestone, she would recognize it.
Oh, would she? Okay. She and Saeryn would also recognize on the.
Nice.
Yep, that's a good one. Would also recognize there is a double trigger on the crossbow. It is a light crossbow, but it has a double trigger on it. I think she would recognize probably that one. She would recognize one trigger's metal, the other trigger's wooden.
But yeah, she would mention, she's just like, they're just letting those out from Whitestone anymore?
Excuse me? Sort of breezing over that statement. She made a comment about Whitestone. Excuse me?
Arlo coughs and like stares at Alicia like, what do you... Don't do that.
Interesting.
That's
So, it looks like this is the party now?
You so?
I will say, how is everyone feeling about all this?
How is everybody feeling? I did fall into the like the mid-English accent.
I love it. I love it.
It would be the Liverpool
In it?
almost accent. It's a hybrid of a whole bunch of people, and I'm sure if there was anybody that listened to this besides us, I would get a whole crap for it. But
Dude,
we can't all be Liam O'Brien with like
no,
a perfect
he's
German
so good.
accent.
I would listen to him though on the new one with his Irish accent and got super mad.
Oh, the Daggerheart one, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
so good.
But yeah, you just Sam Regaled us.
Well, I mean,
Well, kinda.
offline we'll talk about that. Not real, but offline.
Good old Sam yeah, just good old story.
From campaign 1. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to like be vague just in case. I'm just like, oh no, anyone hasn't seen it, but no, it's some good shit. But you all have the group here. You are all reeling from this.
I think Ludo's confused and kind of pissed off at the same time. Like he's confused why Aljin wouldn't have talked to him beforehand and just kind of like ignored him the night before, and just hired some replacement mercenary.
Yeah, like that. What does
It felt
that
shitty
stew
to-
into Ludo?
It felt shitty to me too. Just to let you know.
Saeryn doesn't notice.
But yeah, I imagine that's eating him up, and then Morgen. I mean, because you just had that conversation with Aljin the night before.
Yeah, so as far as her inner feelings goes, she's a little pissed at Aljin too, but also really annoyed at this new person. Like, she hasn't said a word to him yet. She's got her arms crossed. She's like looking them up and down, like low-key judging them. And like, I don't know. She's just like got that attitude of just like, you think you can take Aljin's place?
You don't even fit on the grid right.
I'm fixing that now. I'm in the middle. I'm in advantage roll token maker right now.
Oh, it was the best fucking insult that could have been thrown.
That was great.
It actually hurt Aaron a little bit.
Oh, it's so
I thought he had his token better than that.
You don't even fit
That's
on
what
the
you get.
grid.
That's what you get for pulling on our heartstrings.
Oh, it's so good. I will say, with that, there is still, like I said, it's supposed to be a long one. We still have plenty to get done tonight. I want to take a quick little 5, give everyone a nice,
Perfect.
real reset from that. And then we still have a whole ass Betrayer's Rise to start getting into.
Woo.
With a
Bio break.
whole new stranger. Everyone grab the
Great.
tissues, blow our
A
noses.
stranger who is deeply, deeply disinterested in letting us know what class and weapons he has. My favorite kind of stranger.
Oh my god, it's almost like it's a Critical Role campaign.
Oh my god.
And with that, we will go back to the Be Right Back music twice again. I hope it's still on loop. We'll find out.
Oh, shoot.
All right.
The whole storyline and change of character thing makes total sense to me.
Oh, I mean,
Saeryn is like, what? Huh?
Yeah.
But
And I realized that I should have wrote like a little bit better like what's going on with him, but he's also a pretty flighty sort of a kid, and now I need to come with a new color for Mox.
he's got like a good guy hero button. So yeah, if his grandma's in trouble, he's gonna go take care of that
he's gonna
first.
Take care of it, yeah. And it's one of those things. Like I peeked behind the screen a little bit. I messaged DM earlier this week and was like, "You told me this and this and this, and it's oh no, this is gonna happen, I think." And then I was sort of leaving it up to let's see what the statement was when he scries on her. And when it was like, there's a chance, but she's pretty bad, it was me going, well, this is the place where he's going to have to dump off for a minute. Not a goodbye, not a you know, over end character, but for now, a goodbye. Did it the crappiest way possible, and he is 100% knows he did it the crappiest way possible.
I mean, hey, that's storytelling, but also I will say, specifically on Corel, you know, heading there.
Aljin?
Or yeah, that was where you heard the thing
100%.
was,
Yeah, he heard Deserts of Ank'Harel, and there was a Lotus. So 100% going there.
Maybe.
So whenever you want to do that, one shot, my friend, let me know.
Aljin might have to find a team.
Whenever we get a minute alone, or a minute with we need a one shot to throw in, let me know. We'll run a run shot.
Love that. Hey, some ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, honestly, that could even be a, for future hint, just because while we're recording, for anyone that is interested, let you even design a little one-shot, and rest of us can play maybe a little crew, help protect Aljin on the way.
Oh, we can have an idea about that, yeah. 100%.
But, just because, I was looking up the other day, I was looking up the EXU stuff, like when Matt got to play Dariax. And I'm just like, oh, it's always fun when the DM gets to sit at their table.
Yeah. Let me. I like that idea. I like that idea of Aljin being the main mover, and you guys being, or a group being the team that he puts together to go do this. That sounds like a fun one shot. I'll have to come up with something.
All right. Well,
between this and the other game I read,
all of it. Well, I mean, with that, we gotta play the song "Dance of the U-Boat." Some intrigue. We leave off, catch up in this moment. It's actually, I'm gonna refresh the page to get everything reset. Everyone's still dealing with that fallout, the emotions of Aljin and his decision. But we will let y'all decide what you do from there. This new companion, stranger named Mox. Very low verbal, in it for the money. What's the plan from here?
I guess we keep going with the original plan. We're still going into Betrayer's Roys, and we're still gonna have to see if we can meet up with that other group. See what we find in there.
Yes, we should get going soon. Do we need to do anything else before we go?
Do we need any other supplies?
guess I could grab some more health potions.
Health potions, you said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many we carrying, but seems like they come in handy.
Well, I've got a few here, actually. I purchased them last night before going to bed.
Oh, well, what
Here.
team?
And I'll hand regular healing potions out to everyone, including Aloysia.
Oh. Thank you.
You're welcome. I will do what I can to use my magic to keep us in fighting conditions, but, you know, there's no guarantees out there.
Yes.
This is just a little extra assurance.
Save for in case of emergency.
Thank you, Morgan.
Deleting all 4 of those off my inventory.
Yeah, make sure everyone is tracking those on the inventories, and I have Aloysius counted.
You said everybody, so I assumed Mox has one also.
Yeah, she gave one to Mock.
He would nod at you, like sort of clocking the older of the group. I'd say, I think some insights were thrown earlier on him. And I mentioned he looks older. He doesn't look like a young kid. He's a lot older, a lot quieter than Aljin, which is a void of conversation for Aaron.
Ludo goes up to the bar, and if there's a tender behind the bar, asks for a coffee or a tea or whatever is currently being brewed.
Yeah, you see Prima, the female drows, the one on the bar in the morning. She comes up and she says, you look like you need a drow coffee.
I would love one.
Black with an extra shot of bourbon coming up.
All right.
Yeah, you know, if there's Irish coffee in the real world, you gotta have drow coffee.
Drow coffee.
Actually, no, it'd be a shot of black rum.
I need one of them. I need one of those too, actually.
Yeah.
After he sees the liquor go in it.
Yeah, it's they pull out the nice super dark rum for that one. Perfect. Coffee. I actually want to try that now. Maybe a few
Coffee with
molasses
dark
bitters
rum?
in there. Yeah.
I mean, that's
Go with the dark rum, like the black rum.
Yeah.
It'd be
I'll say if you throw
It'd be
cream
I've
in
had,
there,
like,
it's a more Jorhashen, or white Jorhashen. There it
what's
is.
in a Spanish coffee?
Oh, Spanish. Yeah.
Does it have? No, I literally don't know. Does it have rum in it? I know it has 151.
Yeah. I'm trying to
Sometimes.
remember. Something like
That's
that.
what I was thinking. She said an extra shot that insinuates there's already a shot.
That's just how they serve coffee.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah, that's the half and half. You never get cream whenever you ask for half and half. It's just more booze. Anyway,
It's
yeah,
triple
morning
sec.
drinks. Yeah, a little bit of orange in there to, you know, cream it out. And so you guys just get morning drunk. Got it. Con saves. No. But yeah, you guys. Any other things? You hear the blacksmith out and about. You see people bustling to and from. Aurora watch guards making their troops around the movements around the city. People praying to the Luxon, heading to and from the other various temples.
Ludo's going to take Aljin's cloak, and I'm assuming it's a lot smaller than Ludo.
Yeah.
He's going to like stuff it up in his chainmail. And you said there was like a token or something in there too?
Yeah, his Moonweaver emblem.
Yeah, so Ludo's going to take that and put it with his Avandra coin.
Yeah, because I think it was like that coin. That one might have been the one that was found with the spear. or something like that, or like the silver spear you had is like the Assassinian silver spear, and that had like the jewel wrapped or no, yeah, that had the a coin like the wrapped around it. But yeah, either
He's
way.
gonna take that coin too, and
All right.
yeah.
You all heading on up?
All right. Well, let's do this thing.
I'm ready.
I'm in.
Heavy hearts and light stomachs, and maybe a slight buzz of coffee and booze.
Liquid courage.
You all begin making your way up towards the gates of the Betrayer's Rise, unless there is any final stops along the way. That's that part in the video game when it says like, "Hey,
are you sure
anything else you want to do?"
Right.
I picked up some rations on the way up. Did you guys have enough food for how long you gonna be up there? It's an awful long pause for a simple question.
What was that question one more time?
He picked up rations on his way through to here. Did you guys pick up rations? Do you have enough rations? I know Jack hasn't really been like, DM hasn't really been like, you guys have enough food, but I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, I would say.
According to my sheet, I have 10 days worth of rations.
That's a lot of rations.
Yeah, Ludo would keep rations. I feel like he likes
I
food.
mean, like I said, he hasn't really
big guy.
been too good on it. I think I have 10 days.
Well, especially
one I
during
picked up
the
mine.
travel of Jorhas, it was. I know Morgen was also casting a little bit of spells to help
Oh, yeah, that's right.
keep up with that, to like alleviate that for purposes. But I mean, that day I just assume, if you trust you guys, if you're at shops, want to make sure you spend the money for if like you're thinking you're planning to be in, like if you're around town, you're buying meals and stuff throughout the day. But if you're
I'll
planning
re-up
on
my
an
ration.
extended dive, yeah, definitely.
Not
I think
not
that's
knowing.
like.
That's me not knowing what we're going to get into, and if it's a day or is it 12 days. I don't know. I'm guessing. I picked up enough for. I had one. I picked up enough for 10 days or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think
I
it's
just picked up.
Yeah.
I just picked up 10 days worth, so that I have 10 days worth now.
And I think that's the
I'm not
cost
sure how much I use.
on your sheet for it.
Yeah, they're 5 apiece.
Awesome, yeah. Which, you guys should be more than set with that. You can't even imagine. If you have to be in the rise that long, you're fucked.
Does anybody need rations? Because I mean, because I got the money for rations.
I still have money too.
I still have a lot of money. Is all
Yeah.
I'm getting at.
Oh yeah, my inventory still says I have 10 rations.
Yeah, well, let's assume we're able to be resupplied as you got to town. So, with that,
Can we see the overview of the town again?
yeah. About the movie there.
Sweet. I think. Where is? So, that day that Ludo met Emery Foy,
Uh-huh.
that was like kind of in this area, right? Over by the
Yeah, you were
crematorium.
walking around, and then you ended up heading back over towards the ruins after running into them.
Right. Do I know where their temple is? Or
I believe they had mentioned it was over like the dilapidated temple down at the bottom. Like they were kind of sharing the space with another like someone else.
I think Ludo wants to just run over there and make a quick stop. And I think he would communicate that with the group and offer, anybody else can come to the temple if they want to. But He just wants to run over there, make a quick pit stop, and then he's ready.
All right, yeah, just like I don't know where you're like looking for like Emery in particular, or just like any temple.
Yeah, I think since he knows that temple's over there, he would be delighted if Emery was there, but if not, he would just go over there and, you know, kind of wish for a blessing.
Roll me a d20 luck check.
Sure.
One of those,
10.
once again, right in the middle. As you walk up, make your way there, you hear the glass crunches underfoot. Amid these overgrown weeds, collapsed walls have been replaced with these rows of wooden shelves that hold earthenware pots. Numerous alcoves are being used as planters for stubborn flora. Just outside the far end of the enclosure, a smashed mosaic of stained glass sits in a splintered window frame next to a withered skeletal tree. And as you approach, you peeks their head out from the little temple. It's like a little like spiraling structure where like the tree and stuff in the middle, and you see a furbolg, like a more like ashen skin with like a more like almost like cow bovine snout, like a little like wildly hair, puffy tuft hairs, and like just like covered in like a little bit of hairy up and down the arms and like large broad knuckles, and he's just like wearing a rough spun rather regular brown tunic, boots, and he's carrying a little walking staff, and he says, oh, hello there. Oh, the name is Foghorn. How you doing?
Ah, Foghorn, nice to meet you. Ludo.
Well, Ludo,
Right.
pleasure. Oh, I could see you're a worshiper of Exandria there, huh?
Ah, indeed I am. And he gives kind of like an informal bow.
Oh, yeah, I could see. Welcome in. This is, I've been trying to make this a little bit of home living for the Wild Mother. You know, I share the space here with Emery Foy whenever they're out and about and out and about. And then, you know, but this place, it used to be a temple of Exandria here. And you can see, like, some, like, the old reliquary and stuff. He says, I was just getting ready to pray, actually.
May I join you?
Oh, yeah. And then he does just like a quick little natural prayer, and he like burns some like herbs and incense, and a very more like natural, primal based prayer.
Perfect. I think that's exactly what he was looking for. Is there, like, would there be like any statues, or you mentioned like it was apparent that it was a temple to Exandria in the past, at least. Is there statues or
like,
any like fountains or anything like that?
it's like more like the old like etchings and carvings, like anything like physical that could be like moved or taken out, been like long destroyed or long since. You can just definitely tell like where the etching of like on the wall, there's like the long flowing hair you can kind of see, and then like that like emblazoned imagery. But give it a quick investigation or perception.
An 8.
You don't find anything immediately, and that's when he asks you to join him in this little prayer, a little ritual, and the burning of this incense, and the fog begins to like fill your vision and nostrils, and you actually begin to take a little bit of a vision as you blink, and you see a young human with curls plastered to his brow by sweat sinking to his knees in the garden. His eyes betray a lack of sleep, and despite the softness of his features, he looks like he has experienced more pain than any one person should bear. They're counting on me, he whispers. They need me, but I'm exhausted and frightened. What do I do? Please, someone tell me, what do I do? The moons race across the sky, soon replaced by the angry red sun that rises before a fateful battle. 5 silhouettes approach the temple. One claps the kneeling figure on the back. Their voices are muffled as if coming through water, but you see them embrace, standing strong, before marching off to war. And then you awake. And you're just like kind of like snapping out of that daze as Falcom's looking at you and he says, "Oh, the Wild Mother showed you a vision there, didn't she?"
Yeah, she did.
"Oh, yeah. The Kreen capital of Roshana here was, what the Betrayer's God's citadel of, they called it Gordranus in the time of before the Calamity. And the rise was, up here," he gestures towards up at the top of the city. "This was once a fortress protecting Gordranus. In the darkest days of the Calamity, the prime deities and their most loyal champions laid siege to Gordranus before capturing the rise and routing out the Betrayer Gods from there. Although many of those names have long since been forgotten."
My friends and I are venturing up there, so I wanted to pay my respects to a temple of Avandra.
And when you see and you notice now etched into the stone, engraved onto the back walls of the alcoves, one of the ones that like is for Avandra, like the one that seems to be most like protected from age that you're able to immediately notice is, and there's like the etchings, they say, "Friends forever, don't," worn out, it's hard to make out, "Forget," once again blank, hard to decipher. Another one says, "You owe me a drink in Marquette, comma A," and then the rest is smudged out, illegible. "I am writing this," smudge, "record of me stating," large smudge, "I will never ever duel you again." Once again, the one below that, "This," smudge, written proof, smudge, "promise to show you the mountains of my home one day." And then the final one, unsmudged, that you can fully write and see, "We love you. We will always be with you."
So you mentioned there was a depiction of Avandra and her long hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ludo would approach that after reading the writing right there. He would approach that, and he has a couple of Avandra coins on him. He would take one of the coins and like press it up against his lips and like whisper a soft prayer into it, raise it up and offer it to the temple and leave it at the base of that depiction.
Oh, well, made a fine offering.
At that point, he would say his goodbyes to. Would you say? Can you put his name in the chat?
Oh yeah, Foghome.
Foghome.
Yeah, Foghome the gardener. Yeah, it's really nice to meet you. Why don't you come back? If you're not busy later, I can tell the Emery that you were around and tell him to wait up for you. If you're coming back.
I appreciate that, but I do not know when I anticipate my return. Please let Emery know that I send my regards and to say a prayer for me.
Oh, I will do. Yeah, make sure I'll have fun and the blessings of the Wild Mother be with you.
Thank you. And he bows again.
Oh.
Heads back to his friends to head up to the Betrayer's Rise.
Thank you for letting it get me use this voice. He just as you leave. This whole time I'm like, please, someone come talk to him. I really want.
I'll
definitely head back if we ever get back.
First demon we see in Betrayer's Rise has a foghorn leghorn.
Well, I do declare, you mistaken me for a foghorn. Now I say, sir, I duel you to the death.
Sorry, where you said foghorn, I'm like, this is foghorn leghorn. He doesn't have foghorn leghorn's voice. I'm mad.
Nah, it's Furbolg. It has to be Minnesota.
Yeah, that's true.
It has to be Midwest. Anyway, you have that. We can talk about the accent around Exandria that I make up later. But everyone heads up into the Betrayer's Rise to the gates.
I'm literally, yes, please. I'm literally so just, in anticipation of you finding someone from the Menagerie Coast and seeing you do the Saeryn accent. So.
Boy, challenge accepted. All right. So easy enough. You get back, you show the writ to the guards, and they say, are we expecting you back out this time?
Not expecting us back so soon.
Well, okay. And you have any preparations needed? You're gonna need any rope?
I think it would be wise if you have some rope to give to us.
I will just take it out of commission from the barracks, and he hands you all, let's say, 100 feet of rope.
Cool.
Someone add that in.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, nice throwback to Boondock Saints. Alright. You all come back across. Oh, this is a wrong map, because Aljin's not here.
I saw it.
Nope,
Oh,
he
there you go.
gone. Alright. And you all get back here, and you make your way. I will say, if you all take preparations, you can, don't have to worry about the mists and stuff like that. You know, you're able to resist them last time, and you're still able to hold them at bay as you begin to approach. Easily able to make your way back up to the gates. And once again, you see that grotesque, demon-like structures of that double door. The black stone, and inscribed there's a circle containing a profile of a smiling woman that you recognize to be Avandra, the Changebringer. You see those moon sigils highlighted around the door, the face of the moon, the blessings of Sehanine. Morgen, you see the weaves of Corellan.
Well, I have a suggestion on trying to open the door. If anyone would like to help, I could definitely use it.
My ears are open.
Nana Zoya believes that this door can be opened by utilizing the threads of fate of 3 different gods. It's very reasonable that the Jewel of 3 Prayers was able to open it by itself because it was touched by 3. If we have connections to gods, perhaps we could perform a ritual or rite that we would call out to them and ask for their aid in opening this door.
Ma, what god do you serve?
The gods really haven't done anything for me, so no. Not I'm familiar with one. Let's see. She's the one who takes people from this world to the other. That's the one I'm familiar with. I don't really follow any though.
What about you, Aloysia? Do you have connections with any of them?
The gods, not particularly, make my own magic, and my faith and interest rise more in the vermilion lunar style.
God damn it. God damn it. God damn Ruby Vanguard bullshit. God damn it.
That doesn't seem like it's in character.
No.
He just
I
said
clearly have a southern accent right now.
Of course I will help with the ritual.
So what do you all believe and pray to?
Well, this is going to be a little bit of a problem because I'm pretty sure Ludo and I pray to the same god.
We do. However, I do have Finn's Sehanine token. I wonder if we could use that.
Go ahead and make a intelligence roll with advantage.
Just a straight intelligence.
Yeah.
15.
At 15, I will say, as you mentioned, the token of Saeryn, you do think of as you have that spear, silver light spear on your back. That is Saeryn blessed, technically.
Mm-hmm. And I do have this. The silver light spear is blessed by the god Saeryn. Perhaps this
Neat.
could help with the ritual.
Perhaps any items that we carry that might have connections to one of them is probably going to help. I am going to offer up my book here, and we'll see if anything pulls through, I guess. Is there anything else that we should add to this ritual?
Well, I've got my little coin here for Evandra.
Mm-hmm.
Vandra coin,
And the
a
silver light
Corellon
spear.
book, and a Sahanine spear. This might work.
Hold on. There's something that I know we have to say. It's something that's very important to all wizards that do my kind of magic. You have to get, right before we do it, someone has to say, it's 1,000,000 to 1 odds, but it just might work. Guarantees it.
I've heard that before.
Was that Aloysia?
Yeah. So, for you all, we're going to begin a very unorthodox, very powerful ritual here. What's going to have to happen is you all have these objects of these artifacts of great power connected with these gods. But you realize what you are attempting is a feat that some would consider, like divine, godly in attempts. So to make this work in the nature of Bazazan, you feel the abyssal energy begin to warp around you here. You all be asked the question, how badly do you want this to succeed? And then how much of yourself are you willing to put into it? We'll start with Morgen.
I think in Morgan's mind, on a scale of, I'll give you like a 1 to 10 on how badly she wants this to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna say 10
Yeah.
because she knows that it must succeed.
Yes.
As far as how much of herself she's willing to put into this, 75%.
All right. Ludo?
I think Ludo, he's still kind of distraught about the whole
Mm-hmm.
Aljin leaving, and now we have this cat person with us. He wants it to succeed. He's not opposed to it. He wants it to succeed more than he wants it to fail. I don't know if he's at 100%, but he's not quite indifferent about it. I would say maybe like a 7 out of 10. But Ludo is kind of an all or nothing guy, so he's willing to put 100% of himself towards whatever the outcome is.
Risk. All right, and then Saeryn?
Yep.
Saeryn wants that 800 gold remaining so bad. And also, he wants to know where she's keeping it, and he wants to take the whole box. He is at like 90% wanting this to work. However, he is sensible and will put about 65% of himself on the line.
All right. So, I
enjoy that math.
Yeah, no, I have it. So what we need here is, I wrote down a DC. The DC is not individual numbers. It is the combined number of the rolls that we're about to make. In order for the risk of failure isn't going to be necessarily that the ritual does not happen, depending by the margin of failure. If you're off by a little bit or it's not quite there, the amount of yourself that you're willing to risk to put in, I want all of you to personally DM me what it is about yourself, your person, your being, whatever it is that you'd be willing to put at risk. Like, it could be the first memory of meeting someone, the smell of a certain food that makes you smile, the the way that something makes you feel, a certain fuzzy, anything that you could think of. If you're ambidextrous, the getting rid of one of your hands, maybe even full of like one of your eyesight and one of your eyes if you're trying to go all in. Whatever it is that you think. Weird. But whatever. Actually, I'm like, I didn't even mean it. That's so funny. I had a bunch of written notes before this game began of like possible offerings, but I will let you guys be creative and you think what really matters and how much of that you're putting at risk. And I'll let you all make those messages. You can be via Discord, or if you know how to whisper on. Actually, make them on Discord so they're not seen through the video. And yeah, this is definitely, I am leaving this to player imagination. Excellent. And then from here, after everyone, I'll let you guys know when everything's ready. Then I will let you know what we will be rolling exactly. Excellent. And you see Elisha kind of pulls you back, Mox. She says, I think we should let them do what they're going to do.
I agree. But I'm going to just get ready with a few things. And you see he's like preparing what's going on. He pulls out his crossbow and he loads it. And you see, or at least she would see him because she's paying attention. There is a thing he puts on his wrist that has like 4 spikes on it, and then he puts like a cylinder on his hip, and he's like, "Okay, I think I'm ready to go."
All right. And you all 3 start taking this and writing out this magic circle and this spell. I need the 3 of you. It's going to be what the equivalent of a spell attack roll using your main modifier. So for Morgen, that would be a wisdom saving throw equivalent. Saeryn, that would be a intelligence saving throw. And then Ludo, I believe, would be a charisma saving throw.
And
wait a minute,
you
want these as spell attack or saving throws?
These are technically the spell attacks, but it'd be the same number as a saving throw. So just roll it as a spell attack, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Wait, so I'm confused. What am I rolling? Charisma saving throw?
Do a spell attack roll. It's the same number. But yeah, that's why I decided that.
I get a 7. I get a 17.
Morgan got a 9.
I burn a portent and replace that with a 17.
Okay.
And then, as part of when I see Morgan start to falter on hers, I bend her luck and I burn my bend luck feature.
Oh.
Oh, what is that?
Yeah, what is
You
that?
get to add 3 to that, so you get to a 12.
Okay.
So what does that look and feel like as you attempt to bend that luck? You start to feel the dice roll as you all start performing.
That's
this
a
ritual.
whole lot of divination magic I just did to make that happen. Like to replace first my roll with a 17. Like you can see like something starts going wrong and it looks like something's about to like really come at Saren's throat, and then it's like it was never there. And then he looks over and sees the same thing reaching for Morgan, and just something inside of him like pulls like a rubber band, and it's tight. And I'm not sure what happens on a 12 for Morgan, to be completely fair. But he's watching and holding, and eventually he knows it's going to spring back the other direction. It's like pulling a pendulum from the center, pulling it off center, and then waiting to see if it's going to obliterate something on the other side of the pendulum. Like a wrecking ball, like pulling a wrecking ball back.
Mm-hmm. You all feel that pulse as this ritual starts to unbound and unwhirl these weaves of magic that the three of you are trying to combine together. It starts to wild magic surge up, but you see Ludo with the silver spear of Saeryn. It glows that radiant light like a beam of moonlight, and it blasts and funnels it at the door. At that point, Morgan's Corellon primal magic begin to unspin and unlink the chains as Saeryn, you feel your initial attempt of controlling it and funneling everything through a Vandra. You realize this is a chance of a flip of a coin that is left to make it happen. You burn all this divination, powerful portent magic. You see the catastrophe in front of you. Just to double check my math, I'm gonna make sure, because this is important. Yours was 17, Saeryn?
Yeah, it got replaced with a 17 on I guess as a roll.
Yeah, so 17.
I'm gonna double check the wording of portent actually, because they're definitely doing something on Dimension 20 different than what I'm normally seeing.
Yeah, and I know they do a little weird and loose. We're gonna say with that 17 is the number that's used right now. But plus, and then in Morgan was the 9
plus 3.
But
I'll use those
yeah,
plus 3, yeah.
So the DC I had written down adjusted for today for this was 47. Before Saren's bend luck, it was 45. Oh yeah, 40.
Man.
Yeah. So 48 is the total that y'all got.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
One
That's gonna
over.
snap back on me so fucking bad.
One over. And you feel the burst of energy spill out and funnel and unleash. And oh man, only because now you see the doors blast open like it's like a suction of wind that goes into it, because this is like a pressurized vacuum leading into somewhere else. But now you see whoosh, the inky black maw as it opens up. The mist begin to swirl around as the doors vanish ahead of you. And Mox, you just saw some wild fucking shit.
Yeah.
None of you fail or lose your things, by the way.
God. Okay.
It was an
thank
all or
goodness.
nothing as a group. There was no
man.
individual failure on that one.
Arlo, all worth it. All those portents and divination magic is all worth it.
That was
That's why I'm the walking good luck charm,
Yeah,
baby.
no kidding.
no fucking.
You have no idea what I put up for stakes here.
Oh yeah.
I don't wanna know.
We can talk about it at the end, I think.
Yeah, maybe
yeah.
I do want to know off screen.
Yeah,
Yeah, off screen for sure.
Yeah. Whew, you guys went way harder than I thought you were going to.
Oh, did we? Okay, that makes okay. I thought mine was pretty hard.
Oh man. All right, beautiful. The doors of the Betrayer's Rise are open in front of you. You are on the precipice of the abyss. This has been a 4-hour fucking episode. I think we need to end here.
Yeah.
An emotional roller coaster.
Considering we're entering Betrayal's Rise, yeah,
And
it's about to get down and dirty, and I'm down my best portent.
the emotional whiplash of an Ashari goodbye. Fucking
It's just hurts. Nah.
amazing storytelling. This is what we're here for. And I mean, it's only not a goodbye, a see you later. With that,
Well, it wasn't a goodbye either.
yeah, it was an Ashari goodbye.
Yeah, he just left.
An Ashari goodbye.
It's an Arshar goodbye.
Ashari, I like
Yep.
it.
All right, and that's probably the name of the episode.
Water Ashari goodbye.
All right. Good night. Love everyone, and catch you on the next one when we finally get into the rise.